Havana's ultimately abortive negotiations with Carter coincided with an intensification of Cuba's revolutionary activities, THIRD in Angola in 1976 and subsequently in Central America. 75 Yet if Castro's revolutionary ambitions had not faded, he had become more sophisticated in pursuing this dream. The same ideological agility that was evident in Castro's dealings with the United States, the OAS, and the NAM proved even more crucial in his relations with the FSLN. Having seen how the factionalism and the strident ideological content of Focismo had wrecked the rural guerrilla offensive during the 1960s, Castro urged the FSLN not to repeat these errors. He demanded that the three tendencies unite and counseled his Nicaraguan allies against giving publicity to their beliefs and speaking publicly about Marxism-Leninism. 76 Once FSLN leaders agreed to these conditions and proved that they were a match for the National Guard in battle, the aid from Havana flowed. During the mid-1970s, Cuban aid to Latin America had gone mainly to anti-Pinochet elements in Chile. Now the FSLN received pride of place. 77 Castro's intelligence services provided training to hundreds of FSLN combatants, and in a few cases Cuban advisors accompanied the insurgents into the field. Castro also lent the services of propaganda organs like Radio Havana and provided 182. The revolution in context subsidies that FILLED the guerrillas ERS. Cuba transported thousands of weapons to Nicaragua, allowing the FSLN to arm the new recruits that poured into the organization in the late 1970s. This materiel included infantry weapons and small arms, as well as heavier ordnance. In June 1979, U.S. officials marveled at the unbelievable amount of arms, including anti-aircraft guns, heavy mortars, and recoilless rifles traveling between Havana and Nicaragua. 78 The evolution of Cuban diplomacy also figured in the alliances that Castro forged in seeking to overthrow Somoza. Whereas the Cuban regime had earlier scorned its neighbors and gloried in its isolation, Castro now cooperated with a variety of non-communist and anti-communist governments. Chief among these were Mexico, Venezuela, Panama, Honduras, and Costa Rica. Many leaders who are not communist, Castro later recalled, helped the revolutionary movement. Efforts to topple Somoza were not the peculiar province of the FSLN's Marxist sponsors, but represented a truly regional affair. 79 The motives of this anti-Somoza coalition were as varied as its members. In important respects, foreign support for the guerrillas boiled down to the same factor that had catalyzed the revolution in the FARC place, hatred for Somoza. Over the past 40 years the Somozas had managed to irritate or provoke nearly all of their neighbors, who now looked to take revenge. Costa Rican leaders still harbored a grudge from the elder Somoza's invasion of that country decades earlier, and Honduran politicians were equally gleeful at Taquitos' demise. Venezuela's Pérez and Panama's Torrijos both exhibited a visceral hatred for Somoza. The former leader accused the bloodthirsty dictator of genocide, and, according to the CIA, was waging a personal campaign against the Nicaraguan regime. 80 More broadly, Somoza's dynastic pretensions and flagrant authoritarianism were an embarrassment even by Latin American standards, and several governments used their opposition to the regime to score points with the domestic left. 81 Cold opportunism complemented these factors in driving regional hostility to Somoza. As the dictator's position deteriorated during 1978-1979, many Latin American leaders concluded that the fall of the regime was inevitable. The president's status was in irreversible decline, Mexican diplomats reported. There were now great possibilities of the Sandinista guerrillas overthrowing him and themselves assuming power. 82 Once this transition occurred, those governments that had sided with Somoza would likely be treated as enemies by the new regime, while those that had aided the rebels the revolution in context. 183 might gain additional influence in post-revolutionary Nicaragua. In these circumstances, why not back the FSLN? For Mexico and Venezuela especially, it was this desire to use the revolution as a springboard to greater regional clout that informed policy toward Somoza. Caracas and Mexico City had long competed with Washington for INF aliens along the Caribbean rim, and Mexico had actually ruled Central America for a time following independence. Various factors had partially frustrated Mexican and Venezuelan maneuvers during the diplomatic challenge of the early 1970s. Somoza's glaring debility presented these countries with a new opportunity to practice assertive statecraft. For Mexico, this path was made all the more attractive by the discovery of additional oil reserves in 1976-1977, which lifted the country out of its financial crisis and made it less dependent upon U.S. support. There are two classes of countries, those that have oil and those that don't, said Lopez Portillo. We have it. 83 Somoza was a U.S. puppet, Mexican diplomats argued. The National Guard was a creation of the United States, and a victory by the dictator would allow Washington to preserve its highly hegemonic presence in Nicaragua. 84 If Somoza fell, on the other hand, those powers that had contributed to his fall would reap the benefits. The aim of Mexican policy, one advisor later wrote, was to carve out a sphere of INF aliens in the only areas where such an ambition was feasible, Central America and the Caribbean Basin. 85 Venezuela's newly created National Security Council reached a similar conclusion. Again tempted by a favorable diplomatic conjuncture, Venezuela and Mexico sought to undercut U.S. imperialism in Nicaragua and replace it with an informal dominion of their own. 86 Somoza's neighbors did their utmost to see him dethroned. Torrijos cooperated with Castro to ship weapons to Nicaragua. Venezuela provided large quantities of arms and money. Mexico financed rebel activities and gave them diplomatic support. Costa Rica allowed the FSLN to use its territory as a logistical base, safe haven, and staging point for attacks into Nicaragua. 87 Latin American intervention was immensely influential. The warm reception the FSLN and Los Doce received in foreign capitals provided them with greater public legitimacy, while access to the Costa Rican sanctuary and modern arms of all caliber proved even more vital. 88 While Somoza's National Guard remained tactically superior to the FSLN through the close of the Civil War, the guerrillas' use of Costa Rican territory helped negate this advantage. 89 Guard commanders continually complained about coming under fire from the Costa Rican side of the border, and Nicaraguan officials bemoaned these. 184. Revolution in context: constant invasions and armed attacks. When the Guard did cross the border in order to retaliate, the regional diplomatic climate ensured that Nicaragua rather than Costa Rica got the worst of the subsequent blow-ups in the OAS. 90 All told, Somoza's allegations of an international conspiracy to unseat him were not far off the mark. He faced not only a more cunning and mature Cuban interventionism, but also the hostility of Castro's numerous enemies cum partners. The revolution from within drew substantially on aid from without, and this dynamic contributed substantially to the erosion of Somoza's position. By early 1979 Nicaragua sat at the crossroads of several trends that favored a revolutionary outcome. First, Somocismo was collapsing. Always an authoritarian system that created a degree of internal resistance, Somocismo had been rendered more rigid by the economic changes and repression that followed the Cuban Revolution. Somoza's dynastic aspirations shattered this brittle structure, and his actions produced massive elite discontent to complement the radicalism of the rural poor and the working class. The result was the rise of a cross-class revolutionary alliance held together by a common determination to end Somoza's rule. Second, Nicaragua's guerrillas showed an adaptability that had been badly lacking in previous Latin American insurgencies. Having observed the various mistakes made by their predecessors, the FSLN tendencies experimented with new strategic concepts that eventually allowed them to capitalize on the socio-political crisis described above. They thereby gained the increased military capacity that came with the growth of their ranks, as well as the political strength that derived from their appearance as an acceptable alternative to Somoza. Still, these accomplishments might not have assured victory had the Sandinistas not operated in such a hospitable international environment. A third element in the Nicaraguan revolution, and one that should not be understated, was that the insurgents enjoyed a level of foreign support even greater than that provided to the Foquistas of the 1960s. Castro's revised stance on revolutionary tactics and ideology served the FSLN well, as did the backing of those nations that loathed Somoza and viewed the guerrillas as proxies for their own interests in Central America. The combination of arms, money, advice, diplomatic support, and above all else, sanctuary, that the anti-Somoza coalition the Revolution in Context 185 provided was critical in cancelling out the military superiority of the National Guard and bringing the pressure against the government to unbearable levels. The depth and audacity of Latin American intervention contrasted notably with the fourth essential factor in the revolution: the failure of U.S. policy. During the Nicaraguan crisis, Washington did not play its traditional role as the fiery wall against Marxist revolution. Although Carter sought to prevent an FSLN victory, he jettisoned many of the measures that might have forestalled this outcome. The U.S. president never resolved the basic contradiction between demanding reform and eschewing intervention, and the last barrier to a revolutionary solution in Nicaragua evaporated accordingly. This confluence of trends produced its logical conclusion in 1979. At the outset of the year, Los Doce used their political clout to defeat a proposed deal between Somoza and the FAO that would have left the FSLN empty-handed. The guerrillas now commanded the political initiative, and following the reunification of the three tendencies in March, they showed a military strength to match. In April, the FSLN launched a coordinated, 5-EE front offensive that put the regime under siege and forced Somoza to take refuge in a concrete bunker. As the regime teetered, hundreds of thousands of Nicaraguans rose to give the hated dictator a final push. FSLN organized civil defense committees or GANized barricades to keep Somoza's tanks and troops out of urban neighborhoods, and not even indiscriminate air attacks by the Guard could check the insurrection. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carter belatedly embraced the idea of a multilateral OAS intervention to oversee elections and a negotiated transition. With the Nicaraguan center destroyed and Somoza's neighbors having fallen in behind the FSLN, the proposal went nowhere. "We tried a multilateral approach toward finding a moderate solution," Pastor later recalled, but Panama, Venezuela, Costa Rica, and Mexico were determined to help play a different role toward Somoza. Nothing we did deterred them. 91 The South American dictatorships were willing to intervene in Nicaragua to head off an FSLN victory, but the ongoing freeze in their relations with the United States made this option infeasible. 92 Castro gloried in the disobedience of the Latin American countries, and Pastor admitted that Washington could do nothing but cross our fingers. 93 Finger crossing was not enough. Somoza finally gave up in July 1979 and fled to Miami, then the Bahamas, and then Paraguay. He was succeeded by a 186. The revolution in context short-lived provisional regime, which soon gave way to a government of national reconstruction composed of various members of the anti-Somoza coalition. The Sandinistas quickly established themselves as the real winners of the revolution, despite the desperate maneuverings of the Carter administration, which even after Somoza's fall worked to prevent the revolution from turning truly revolutionary. Carter sent $75 million in reconstruction aid to Managua in early 1980 and approved a CIA initiative to support non-Sandinista elements of the new government. The idea was to strengthen the moderates and assure the Sandinistas of U.S. goodwill, thereby depriving them of any pretext for implementing extreme domestic measures. "The Sandinistas are wearing a moderate mask," one State Department advisor commented. "Our job is to nail it on." 94 The strategy failed. Congressional opposition slowed the U.S. assistance package, making Carter's pledges of friendship seem hollow. More important, however, was the fact that the FSLN had never planned to share power or hew to a line that Carter and the Nicaraguan moderates thought appropriate. Although the tercerista representatives to the JGRN portrayed themselves as social democrats in the negotiations leading to the formation of the body, once in power they gradually revealed the face they had hidden during the revolution. "We are guided by the scientific doctrine of the revolution, by Marxism-Leninism," Humberto Ortega announced. having earlier promised that the FSLN would walk a stretch together with the bourgeoisie before seeking to destroy them and throw their reactionary aspirations into the garbage, Ortega now made good on his pledge. 95 In 1980, the CIA reported that the Sandinistas had initiated the use of force and intimidation to move toward a system that will probably feature a single party dominated by the FSLN. 96 The organization killed former National Guard commanders, postponed promised elections, and threatened to limit other political rights. "We support freedom of the press," said one FLSNOFFICHAL. "But of course the freedom of the press we support will be a freedom of the press that supports revolution." 97 During 1979-1980 the FSLN established its supremacy within the JGRN, taking control of the armed forces and other crucial ministries. The FSLN permitted a Somoza-era OFFICHAL to serve as titular head of the military, but, as Raúl Castro reported after a meeting with high-ranking Sandinistas, he is mostly for show. The army is being built without his knowledge, and all real power in this area belongs to the Commander-in-Chief of the People's Sandini. The Revolution in Context 187 STA Army, Humberto Ortega. 98 FSLN insiders gave similar reports. Only a few months after Somoza's fall, one Sandinista OFFICHAL wrote privately that the organization has been clearly hegemonic in all aspects of the revolutionary process. 99 At the outset, there was relatively little opposition to these measures. Due to its role as the essential element in toppling Somoza, the FSLN enjoyed widespread public sympathy. Moreover, those less enthused with the Sandinistas' hegemonic turn were stymied by the fact that, with the National Guard disbanded, the FSLN had an effective monopoly on military force. "We took power by arms," Humberto Ortega explained candidly, "and it should be clear who has power in Nicaragua today." 100 The 20 years following Castro's triumph were hard times for Latin America's revolutionaries. The region was prone to radical upheaval. The record of the guerrillas since 1959 belied the notion that revolution was to be the ineluctable result of Latin American social relations. With powerful elites, the United States, and above all, the bulk of the population opposing violent revolution, neither the rural guerrillas of the 1960s nor their urban successors found much success. For most of the period following Castro's victory in Cuba, it must have seemed as though the trend in Latin America was not toward inevitable revolutions but inevitable counter-revolutions. During the late 1970s the Sandinistas broke this pattern. Their ability to do so was the result of a peculiar historical moment in which a number of diverse but related factors came into alignment. These alliances ranged from the long-term evolution of economic and political structures in Nicaragua, to the effect of the Cuban Revolution and its aftermath on Nicaraguan affairs, to Somoza's noxious personality and dynastic ambitions, to changes in guerrilla strategy and tactics, to Carter's alteration of U.S. policy. In isolation, none of these issues would have been sufficient to produce the events of the late 1970s and early 1980s. Together, however, they knocked aside long-standing barriers to revolution and gave impetus to the forces of radical upheaval. The Nicaraguan Revolution was thus hardly inevitable. It was a highly contingent affair that drew on a wide span of forces. And in certain senses, these forces represented some of the most important trends of the post-Cuban Revolution era in Latin America. The continuing evolution of insurgent techniques and Castro's revolutionary designs, the effects of internal repression, counter. 188. The revolution in context insurgency, commercial agriculture and liberation theology, and the tendency toward opportunistic diplomacy on the part of Latin American statesmen, these dynamics came together in dramatic fashion in Nicaragua. Even Carter's policies, so much a departure from Washington's standard Cold War practices, fit within this context. In no small part, it was the belief that a continuation of such practices would lead to disaster, moral as well as diplomatic, that informed the president's approach to hemispheric events. In numerous ways, the Nicaraguan Revolution drew together the alliances that had flowed out of the Cuban Revolution and its aftermath and subsequently exerted such strong pull on regional affairs. It was fighting, then, that the Nicaraguan Revolution would serve as the jumping-off point for the most intense phase of Latin America's Cold War. The Sandinista triumph presaged even bloodier revolutionary struggles in Guatemala and El Salvador, as well as a decade-long attempt by disaffected Nicaraguans to overthrow the FSLN-led regime. During the 1980s, these confloists and the foreign meddling they elicited would produce a torrent of violence in Central America. 7. Maelstrom. The period following the Nicaraguan Revolution marked the culmination of Latin America's Cold War. In the wake of the Sandinista triumph, the center of gravity in that struggle shifted to Central America, where the profound polarization and conflicts that had figured in Somoza's ouster now played out on an Isthmian scale. Persistent internal violence erupted into full-blown civil wars in Guatemala and El Salvador, with leftist guerrillas attacking murderous regimes. In Nicaragua, by contrast, it was the left that faced an insurgent challenge, as a diverse coalition of the recalcitrant refused to accept the Sandinista victory and launched a guerrilla struggle against that government. These episodes resulted in the most severe, sustained bloodletting in Latin America since La Violencia in Colombia. Long-running struggles over political and social arrangements merged with the escalating extremism characteristic of Latin America's Cold War, and life in Central America took on an apocalyptic quality during the 1980s. The Guatemalan Civil War ultimately claimed around 200,000 lives, and El Salvador lost more than 70,000 citizens. By comparison, Nicaragua got off easy. Its civil war took only 30,000 lives in proportional terms, more than the United States lost in Korea, Vietnam, the Civil War, and World Wars I and II combined. And as before, internal crisis begot external intervention, and the meddling of Washington, Moscow, Havana, and their respective allies simply intensified the upheaval at work in Central America. Although the forces of radical change looked ascendant in the early 1980s, this bloodshed did not lead to the revolutionary transformations envisioned 190 maelstrom by a resurgent Central American left. In Nicaragua, a disillusioned electorate turned the FSLN out of power via the ballot box in 1990. In Guatemala and El Salvador, the civil wars ended in peace agreements that provided for greater democracy but left most socio-economic arrangements untouched. These three countries emerged from their civil wars with partially functioning democracies, itself a major departure from the past, but the transformations were hardly as far-reaching as the revolutionaries had hoped. The failure of the Central American revolutions was the product of several factors, not least of which were the massive violence and U.S. intervention deployed against these movements. Coercion, exemplified by Ronald Reagan's undeclared war on the FSLN, and repression, expressed most pungently in a Guatemalan counterinsurgency that killed around 100,000 people between 1981 and 1983, weakened revolutionary movements and played a key role in their decline. Yet the Central American revolutions were not simply broken by force. Their failure also reflected the fact that the radical left was ultimately unable to maintain the popular appeal that initially made it so potent. The Salvadoran and Guatemalan guerrillas found themselves marginalized by their own authoritarianism and the restoration of electoral democracy, while Sandinista incompetence and repression proved similarly injurious to that movement. This combination of alliances ensured that while the Central American civil wars did not end in the simple restoration of the status quo ante, dreams of radical change were once more deferred. The clearing of the dust kicked up by the Nicaraguan Revolution revealed that El Salvador and Guatemala were experiencing severe convulsions of their own. The civil wars in El Salvador and Guatemala did not start in the late 1970s, alarming levels of violence had afflicted these countries for years. Since the early 1960s, many of the same trends that had provoked mass unrest in Nicaragua, brutal counterinsurgency practices, the accelerating commercialization of rural agriculture, and the resulting growth of liberation theology and social protest pointed toward an eruption of domestic conflicts in Guatemala and El Salvador as well. The fact that Guatemala and El Salvador had higher population densities and landholding inequalities than other Central American countries only worsened the situation, magnifying agrarian discontent and making the traumas that resulted all the more jarring. 2 Maelstrom 191. During the 1970s the cycle of marginalization, resistance, and repression became still more vicious. High commodity prices reinforced the expansion of commercial agriculture, and campesino displacement accelerated rapidly. The aggregate income of the bottom quintile in El Salvador fell nearly 40% during the 1970s, the percentage of campesinos without land rose from 27 to 65%, and 3/4 of the population now suffered from malnutrition. 3 In Guatemala real wages in the rural sector fell by half. Everything points to an explosive sharpening of the crisis, Guatemalan Labor Party OFFI Chales reported. 4 This was standard Marxist boilerplate, but agrarian unrest did soon reach a crescendo. Peasant and Christian cooperatives grew quickly. In Guatemala these organizations contained 132,000 members by 1976 in spite of governmental repression. Indigenous Guatemalans formed the National Integration Front, a party dedicated to protecting the rights of the poor, and groups like the Campesino Unity Committee or GANASD in the rural areas. 5 No one answers the protests of workers and organizations, the CUC announced. The door to dialogue is closed. 6 In El Salvador Christian-based communities began to align with guerrilla groups like the People's Revolutionary Bloc, and the Catholic Church, represented by Archbishop Oscar Romero, offered a sharp critique of the established order. Political power is in the hands of the unscrupulous military who only know how to repress the people and promote the interests of the Salvadoran oligarchy, Romero wrote. Romero soon became a magnet for popular resistance, as one observer put it, a voice of the poor and the oppressed. 7 In both countries, confrontations between tenants and landlords became more common. Major landholders sought to push the campesinos off of what land they retained. The campesinos fought back by poisoning cattle, burning pasture land, and killing landlords. 8 In neither Guatemala nor El Salvador was the political system capable of ameliorating these tensions. The oligarchic nature of these societies and the racism that permeated them had long militated against such flexibility. During the 1960s and 1970s these systems became even more unbending. The rise of the military as an economic elite made this institution largely immune to reformist tendencies, and the spread of national security doctrine predisposed conservatives to see political activism as subversion. We have learned from experience that all trade union and cooperative organizations fall into the hands of communist leaders who have infiltrated them, Guatemalan paramilitaries declared. We have the organization and the strength to prevent this 192 maelstrom from happening. As long as we accomplish our sacred mission of freeing Guatemala from communism, it does not matter who does. 9 In both countries, the armed forces reacted to internal unrest by simply shutting down the political system. They rigged elections, censored dissent, and cooperated with landowners and anti-communist elements of the middle class to form death squads that tormented campesino organizers, union leaders, and anyone else who dared agitate against the existing order. The death squads, reported Canadian diplomats, show not the slightest hesitancy to torture, mutilate, or kill their victims. 10 Rural priests were singled out for punishment. The slogan, "Be a patriot, kill a priest," was often heard in El Salvador, and one notorious death squad, the White Warriors Union, told all priests to leave the country or face death. 11 The bloodshed far surpassed previous levels of internal violence, and large-scale massacres became commonplace. The heavily armed men systematically went from house to house and, using name lists, tracked down the Catholic, CUC, and cooperative leaders of the hamlet, recalled one Guatemalan. By the time they were finished, 15 people had been assassinated. My brother, leader of the CUC, was crucified between two trees. After being stabbed in his side, he was strangled. 12 Guatemalan and Salvadoran officials hoped that this repression would smother dissent, but choking off avenues for political opposition simply pushed dissatisfaction in more radical directions. Trade unionists, student organizers, and other activists now had no lawful outlet for their grievances and therefore embraced anti-government violence. 13 Opposition parties followed the same path. Factions of Guatemala's PGT carried out attacks against the armed forces, and members of the Salvadoran Communist Party enlisted in a burgeoning guerrilla movement. As the death squads waged a brutal war against the political opposition, even moderates considered defecting to the insurgents. Vinicio Cerezo, the leader of Guatemala's Christian Democrats, warned that this policy of indiscriminate repression would lead to further polarization and radicalization of Guatemala, driving the country toward a general insurrection. After assailants dragged several members of the El Salvador's Christian Democrats out of a meeting and murdered them in 1980, parts of that organization did join the guerrilla ranks. 14 Amid rising discontent, political repression and authoritarianism simply provoked greater crisis. Nowhere was this effect more evident than in the upsurge of rural radicalism during the late 1970s. More so than the Cuban Revolution, the Nicaraguan Revolution, or any of the uprisings that came between, the Guatemalan maelstrom. 193. And Salvadoran revolts were essentially agrarian struggles. 15 As their living standards declined during the 1970s, the rural poor increasingly concluded that resistance was now worth the risk. The campesino has nothing to lose, observed a Guatemalan officer. And because the ruling regimes had eliminated what little space there had previously been for peaceful mobilization, the activism that resulted tended toward the extreme. One Salvadoran guerrilla put the matter simply: first they killed my mother and sister and threw them in a hole, then they killed my husband and his parents, then they killed my father and my brothers. So I fought harder for the 16 The growth of agrarian violence could be seen in the changing fortunes of the guerrillas. As in Nicaragua, the rural guerrillas, a motley collection of groups including Guatemala's PGT, Guerrilla Army of the Poor, Rebel Armed Forces, and Revolutionary Organization of the People in Arms, and 5 Salvadoran groups led by the Popular Liberation Forces, that would eventually merge into the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, had suffered devastating defeats during the 1960s. As in Nicaragua, they came to see People's War as the answer to their problems. 17 This emphasis on People's War entailed a concerted effort to build links between the revolutionary aims of the guerrillas and the concrete needs of the campesinos. The overwhelming need, one EGPOFFI wrote, was to overcome the very deep resentment that divided campesinos and insurgents. When we ordenas the indigenas, we must take into account their customs, EGP leaders wrote. 18 To this end, insurgent organizers in Guatemala and El Salvador took up residence in the countryside during the mid-1970s. They immersed themselves in the culture and politics of the campesinos, listening to their grievances and lending support to their efforts to achieve dignity and economic security. They stressed the need for agrarian reform, higher wages, and in Guatemala especially indigenous rights. Like the FSLN, they appealed to female peasants by invoking the language of gender equality. 19 Finally, adhering to the same practices that had proved so productive since the late 1960s, the organizers used the appeal of liberation theology to urge campesinos to take the step from dissatisfaction to violence. Every Christian, if he is truly Christian, must be a revolutionary, declared one priest. 20 By the late 1970s, the sociological makeup of the insurgents reflected these organizing techniques. While most Guatemalan guerrilla leaders were still urban mestizos, peasants made up the majority of the rank and file. Although indigenous guerrilla fighters were rarer in El Salvador, campesinos were nonetheless well represented in the FMLN. 21 This agrarian, rural FLA would ultimately limit the political appeal of the guerrillas, but in the late 1970s it seemed to have been an organization al masterstroke. At its peak, the Salvadoran guerrilla movement had perhaps 14,000 full-time combatants, 100,000 part-time fighters, and hundreds of thousands of sympathizers. Numbers on the Guatemalan guerrillas are difficult to come by, but a reasonable estimate would be a total membership of 6,000 to 10,000 at the outset of the 1980s, with hundreds of thousands of supporters. 22 The growth of the guerrilla movements, and of radical dissent more broadly, set the stage for sustained, intense violence. In Guatemala, the sharpest phase of the civil war kicked off in 1978, when the military collaborated with landlords in the town of Panzos to massacre peasants demanding a just repartition of land. 23 The killings set off demonstrations throughout the country, and a PGT splinter group retaliated by murdering at least 18 members of the military police. 24 These events presaged a descent into full-scale war. By mid-1978 the government and the death squads were engaged in a bloody assault on labor and agrarian activists, student groups, and opposition politicians. The guerrillas responded in kind, declaring war on the murderous government and its repressive army, and attacks by the PGT, EGP, FAR, and ORPA rose by more than 1,600% between 1979 and 1982. 25 The insurgents occupied remote villages, destroyed critical infrastructure, and, according to their own estimates, inflicted 3,200 casualties on government forces in 1981 alone. 26 The EGP operated with impunity in many areas, conducting executions of wealthy landowners and informants and collaborators of the murderous government. 27 The four main guerrilla groups eventually came together to form the Guatemalan National Revolutionary Unity, a joint command that coordinated insurgent operations and strategy. The government, still cut off from U.S. assistance, struggled to deal with this upsurge of violence, and guerrilla leaders anticipated the outright collapse of the regime. "Let's start the final battle now," wrote one PGTO official. 28 Salvadoran affairs were just as tumultuous. The military met guerrilla actions with a wave of repression, and US officials commented that the government had no instrument of public policy except murder. 29 There was hope that the situation might be stabilized in 1979, when a moderate junta seized power, promised major reforms, and again began to receive U.S. assistance. 30 The extreme right sabotaged the reforms, however, and the extreme left, Maelstrom 195, now energized by its prospects, did likewise. The violence escalated, dramatized by the March 1980 murder of Romero. In what a US official described as a real Day of the Jackal-style killing, a sniper shot him dead as he concluded his mass. 31 The slaughter of such an eloquent exponent of liberation theology, combined with the horrifying imagery of Romero's blood staining the altar as he died, elicited sorrow and fury from both domestic and international observers. The resulting backlash helped derail Carter's plan to re-establish a military relationship with the Salvadoran government and provided an unintentional boost to the revolutionaries. 32 By late 1980 El Salvador's guerrilla groups had merged into the FMLN, and several opposition parties and unions banded together to form the Democratic Revolutionary Front, a political organization with close ties to the insurgents. The FMLN prepared for a final offensive to topple the regime. "We don't think the establishment of a popular, revolutionary government is very far away," one guerrilla predicted. 33 US officials agreed, with Brzezinski giving the insurgents a better than even chance to seize and hold power. With El Salvador and Guatemala on the brink, it appeared that much of the isthmus might go the way of Nicaragua. 34 Rough out Latin America's Cold War, internal crisis was the father of foreign meddling, and the early 1980s were no exception. Of those looking to capitalize on the region's upheaval, the most energetic was Castro. Somoza's ouster, which he termed the latest in a series of crippling defeats suffered by American imperialism, gave Cuban interventionism a boost, and the unsettled conditions of the early 1980s looked propitious to Havana. 35 Guatemala and El Salvador were in flames, and a coup in Grenada had brought to power a leader who mimicked Castro's exhortation, "Hasta la victoria siempre." 36 All Latin America was a powder keg, Castro commented. His advisors predicted that during the coming decades at least 5 Latin American governments will fall to communist and leftist opposition forces. Havana, as always, looked to accelerate this process. 37 This time around, Castro had superpower assistance. Although Brezhnev was less prone to ideological romanticism than Khrushchev had been, from the Kremlin's vantage point the late 1970s nonetheless seemed a time of opportunity in the Third World. The Soviet Union looked to be on the ascent during this decade. Moscow reached nuclear parity with Washington, expanded its power projection capabilities, and Marxist movements took power in 11 countries between 1975 and 1979. These trends lent a new swagger to Soviet policy, and Kremlin leaders looked for favorable situations to exploit in the global south. The Soviet military supports the national liberation struggle, wrote Defense Minister Andrei Grechko in 1974, resolutely resisting imperialist aggression in whatever distant part of the globe it appears. 38 In few areas did prospects seem more promising than in Latin America. After Somoza's fall, Soviet officials hoped that additional revolutions might soon sweep the area. Over 2 decades ago, there was only Cuba in Latin America, said Nikolai Ogarkov, Chief of General Staff of the Soviet military. Today there are Nicaragua, Grenada, and a serious battle is going on in El Salvador. Gromyko put it more artfully, this entire region is today boiling like a cauldron. The current climate provided an excellent opportunity to make trouble in the strategic rear of the United States, Soviet officials argued, and thereby hobble Washington's ability to deal with crises elsewhere in the world. Central America, said Soviet diplomat Yuri Pavlov, was the underbelly of the United States. 15 years after Moscow had distanced itself from the guerrillas, the Kremlin revised that policy. Social transformation would occur by the armed struggle, an article in the Soviet press announced. There is no other way. During the 1980s the Soviet Union aided Cuba in seeking to promote revolution in the Western Hemisphere, and the Kremlin issued pronouncements that channeled the confidence of the Khrushchev era. Moscow will not accept the Monroe Doctrine in Central America, Soviet officials declared. 40 Such statements were all the more credible because Moscow and Havana now had an ally in Sandinista Nicaragua. Rough 1980, the outlines of Sandinista diplomacy were not fully clear. The JGRN pledged itself to a non-aligned policy and sought to obtain arms not only from Havana and Moscow but from Washington and Paris as well. Before long, however, the FSLN-led government effected a sharp turn to the east. The origins of this decision, which presaged a decade of U.S. Nicaraguan hostility, remain hotly contested, with many writers judging this choice a reaction to Washington's hostility. 41 This argument is not fully persuasive. From an ideological standpoint, the sympathies of the FSLN had always been with the Marxist-Leninist countries. The model the FSLN must follow, wrote Fonseca before his death, was that present in the Paris Commune, in RusSIA, in China, in Korea, in Vietnam, in Cuba. Other leaders extolled the benefits of socialism. No political, maelstrom. 197. Ideological, and sociological theory, in all the history of humanity, has demonstrated such vitality, such capacity to spread and branch out, commented Victor Tirado. Marxist-Leninist principles, said another FSLN leader, would be the Sandinistas' guide to action. The way that these beliefs translated into a diplomatic affinity for the socialist states had been evident even before the takeover. Of all the countries that supported the FSLN during 1978-1979, it was Cuba that the guerrillas chose as the setting for the reunification of the three tendencies in 1979.42. Moreover, the FSLN's top leaders never considered it feasible to seek a long-term, cordial relationship with the United States. Despite the fact that Carter provided more reconstruction assistance to Managua between 1979 and 1981 than any other leader, FSLN officials identify his administration as an ineluctable foe of the new government. Concentrating on the history of U.S. intervention in Nicaragua, rather than Carter's efforts to reverse that trend, the FSLN viewed American antipathy to the revolution as inevitable. Before taking power, FSLN leaders declared the United States the principal enemy of all the world's people. Once in OFFICE, they incorporated the sentiment into the national anthem. 43 These beliefs, when added to Carter's growing skepticism about the Sandinistas, opened the door to an alliance with the Soviet bloc. Cuba provided arms, economic aid, technological assistance, and the services of some 3,500 military advisors. In the event of a U.S. invasion or an internal uprising, Cuban officials pledged, Havana would come to the defense of the regime. 44 Moscow supplemented this assistance, providing subsidized oil shipments and economic credits and helping the FSLN distribute Sandinista propaganda. 45 The Soviet Union and its allies sent nearly $1 billion in military equipment to Nicaragua in the years following the Sandinista takeover, and pushed Cuba to deepen its support for the FSLN. The idea, said one Soviet diplomat, was to make the price of the U.S. military intervention in Nicaragua so high that it would be politically unacceptable for the United States to intervene. 46 The FSLN also joined Soviet-Cuban efforts to promote revolution in Central America. Acting on both the principle of revolutionary internationalism and the hope of bringing new allies to power, the FSLN worked with Moscow and Havana to push the regional struggle forward. Nothing you can say or do will ever stop us from giving our full support to our fellow guerrillas, Bayardo Arce told US officials. 47 This support was fairly limited in Guatemala, but much more substantial in El Salvador. The precariousness of the situation in El 198 Maelstrom Salvador, along with its proximity to Nicaragua, made that country a tempting target. The Soviet press depicted El Salvador as the apex of revolutionary struggle in Latin America, while Ortega commented that the Salvadoran government was practically defeated. 48 Beginning in 1980, Moscow, Havana, and Nicaragua cooperated to make this prediction a reality. Cuban advisors encouraged the Salvadoran guerrillas to unite into a single or GANization, trained 5,500 insurgents in 1980, and helped the FMLN pick targets and design operations. More important, Castro and his partners provided a steady flow of weapons ranging from light arms to machine guns, mortars, and anti-aircraft systems to the guerrillas. While Moscow initially hesitated to send arms directly to the FMLN, the Kremlin did arrange shipments from North Korea, Vietnam, and Eastern Europe. These arms were delivered to Havana, then to Managua, and then transferred overland or via air or sea into El Salvador. 49 Nicaragua, Ortega commented, was the logistical center of the Salvadoran Revolution. 50 Standing on the opposite side of the Central American conflow ICT was the United States. U.S. policy toward Central America had begun to harden under Carter in 1980-1981, but the change fully crystallized under Ronald Reagan. Reagan was certainly aware of the local dimensions of Central American unrest, but he also detected the guiding hand of Moscow and Havana. The guerrillas are not embattled peasants, armed with muskets, he said. They're professionals, sometimes with better training and weaponry than the government's soldiers. 51 This belief that the Central American revolts were part of a bold attempt by the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Nicaragua to install communism by force throughout the hemisphere provoked great alarm in the White House. 52 The spread of East Bloc influence in the Caribbean, our lifeline to the outside world, Reagan termed it, would endanger U.S. commerce, cripple Washington's ability to act assertively elsewhere in the world, and eventually pose a direct danger to national security. This is the moment of truth, Reagan said in 1984. There is no time to lose. 53 If the war in Central America was about protecting American interests, it was also about restoring American vigor. Following America's misadventure in Vietnam, Reagan believed, the United States had fallen into laxity, retreating from the world and demonstrating an alarming weakness. It is time we purged ourselves of the Vietnam syndrome, he declared before taking up Maelstrom. 199. FICE.54 From this perspective, the conflow ICT in Central America took on added salience. To shy from danger so close to home would signal that the United States was in irreversible decline. If the United States cannot respond to a threat near our own borders, why should Europeans and Asians believe that we're seriously concerned about threats to them? Reagan asked. If the Soviets can assume that nothing short of an actual attack on the United States will provoke an American response, which ally, which friend will trust us then? 55 Meeting this peril head-on the other hand, would restore American credibility and exorcise the ghosts of Vietnam. The task before the country, Defense Department OFFICHL Nestor Sanchez explained, was one of reasserting national will. 56 This mindset was clearly evident in 1983, when Reagan ordered the invasion of the tiny Caribbean island of Grenada in order to overthrow an authoritarian Marxist regime that had taken power 4 years earlier, and subsequently declared that our days of weakness are over. In Central America, the battle to restore U.S. prestige centered on El Salvador, where Secretary of State Alexander Haig announced Washington would be drawing the line against Cuban Soviet encroachments. 57-58 Haig argued that the best way to resolve the Central American crisis was to go to the source and blockade or attack Cuba. Give me the word and I'll turn that island into a fucking parking lot, he said. 59 Reagan settled for a less drastic approach. 60 US OFFICHLs pushed the Salvadoran government to reform and democratize, both out of a desire to lessen the polarization fueling the insurgency and a realization that liberalization would be necessary to ensure U.S. congressional support for Reagan's policy. Our effort in El Salvador will succeed or fail. First in the United States and not in El Salvador, wrote National Security Advisor Richard Allen. 61 Reagan also resumed large-scale military aid, sending $534 million worth of weapons and other supplies to the El Salvador Armed Forces between 1981 and 1983, and U.S. advisors oversaw the training of 29,000 new military personnel. The goal, US OFFICHL stated, was to achieve strategic victory by destroying the insurgents' will and capability to fight. 62 Reagan also sought to stop the flow of arms from Nicaragua to El Salvador via a covert military alliance with Argentina. Representatives of the Argentine 200 Maelstrom junta, which supported Somoza during the late 1970s, linked up with Nicaraguan exiles, many of them former members of the National Guard in Honduras in 1979-1980, and began to equip them as an anti-FSLN guerrilla force. 63 For Reagan, the Contras offered a cheap solution to the problem of Nicaraguan support for the FMLN. In 1981 the CIA threw its support behind the rebels, working to transform them into a force that could interdict arms along Nicaragua's northern frontier. We're proceeding with covert activity in Nicaragua to shut off supplies to the guerrillas in El Salvador, Reagan noted. 64 The Contras not only rounded out Reagan's strategy for El Salvador, they were also the keystone of his policy toward Nicaragua. Reagan initially considered reconciliation with Managua, and U.S. diplomat Thomas Enders traveled to Nicaragua for negotiations. American OFFICHLs warned the Contras that Washington was seriously attempting to fight and a modus operandi with the FSLN, and that the insurgents therefore should not count on support. The talks soon fell apart, though, as US OFFICHLs concluded that Managua would not cease its support for the FMLN or cut its ties to the Soviet bloc. 65 Convinced that the FSLN was helping Cuba and the Soviets to destabilize our hemisphere, Reagan sought to turn the tables by destabilizing the FSLN. Congressional legislation passed in 1982 prohibited the CIA from seeking to topple the FSLN, but this rule was honored more in the breach than the observance. CIA operatives in Honduras trained the Contras in guerrilla warfare and sabotage techniques and pushed them to mount audacious attacks. Make the bastards sweat, CIA Director William Casey ordered. 66 As the United States sought to staunch internal violence in El Salvador, it aimed to foment it in Nicaragua. Washington thus joined the international conflow ICT over Central America, a struggle that would only feed the violence at work in the area. In El Salvador matters came to a head in January 1981. Bolstered by arms shipments from abroad, The FMLN launched a FINAL offensive that was meant to topple the government before that fanatic Ronald Reagan takes over the presidency. The offensive proceeded briskly at FIRST, and Salvadoran officials soon warned that the military had only a few days' ammunition left. 67 These advances were soon checked, though, thanks to the timely intervention of the United States. Faced with the prospect of another leftist takeover in the days before he left OFFICE, Carter authorized an emergency resupply of the government forces. Reagan increased this assistance, and the infusion of U.S. supplies helped avert an outright phase collapse. 68 Reagan hoped that the failure of the FINAL offensive and the resumption of large-scale U.S. aid would allow the Salvadoran government to take the initiative and defeat the insurgency. Washington's assistance did ensure that neither the phase nor the Salvadoran economy fell apart completely during the early 1980s, but for the most part, these ambitions went wanting. Corruption and nepotism impeded military efficiency, and the phase never achieved the strategic victory that Reagan envisioned. In many ways, U.S. military assistance turned out to be counterproductive. In the hands of a repressive army, U.S. weapons enabled the very practices that had alienated the population. The military used U.S. supplied helicopters and planes in attacks that caused large numbers of civilian casualties and gruesome cases of peasants' skin being burned off by white phosphorus bombs. In the most notorious case of phase brutality, a counterinsurgent unit massacred, raped, and tortured hundreds of victims in the town of El Mozote. U.S. military assistance had been meant to create breathing space for political and social change, but in the early 1980s, had precisely the opposite result. 69 Reconciling counterinsurgency and reform became even more difficult in 1982, when national elections gave Arena, an extreme right party led by Death Squad commander Roberto Dogwison, a majority in the Salvadoran Constituent Assembly. Arena was reactionary by any standard. One of Dogwison's associates, termed José Napoleon Duarte, the progressive leader of the Christian Democrats, just a communist who happens to believe in God. 70 L. Paul Bremer called Dogwison's policies inimical to our interests, and other advisors labeled Arena a terrorist network led by Dogwison henchmen. 71 With the insurgency raging, however, the Defense Department contended that now was not the time to be finicky about human rights. When your house is on fire, you don't call an interior decorator, one official explained. 72 Reagan sided with the hardliners and continued to bankroll the activities of a repressive and reactionary government. During 1982-1983, Arena suspended implementation of an agrarian reform, provoking widespread rural outrage, and allowed the Death 202 Maelstrom squads to run wild. Many moderates contemplated abandoning the government altogether. The situation is impossible, Duarte said. 73 Arena policies and the lack of progress against the insurgency eroded U.S. public support for Reagan's involvement in El Salvador. Advocacy groups reported horrifying human rights violations, while other observers warned of a slippery slope leading to disaster. One congressman declared that the American people know that we have been down this road before, and a popular bumper sticker read, "El Salvador is Spanish for Vietnam." Resistance to Reagan's aid requests mounted, and administration officials feared that the program might be undone by domestic opposition. The rug could be pulled out from under us, Secretary of State George Shultz warned. 74 The fact that U.S. support seemed only to be propping up a murderous regime led some observers to suggest that Washington should seek a negotiated settlement to the Civil War. These suggestions were anathema to administration hardliners, who doubted that the guerrillas would ever share power and sought to achieve an inspiring success in Central America. "We do not seek a military defeat for our friends," explained Undersecretary of Defense Fred Ickel, "we do not seek a military stalemate. We seek victory for the forces of democracy." 75 Yet the United States was not the only one seeking victory. Ortega declared that the Salvadoran army could fall apart at any moment, and Havana, Moscow, and Managua ramped up their support for the insurgency. 76 FMLN soldiers received training in Cuban and Nicaraguan camps, and Moscow continued to broker weapons shipments to the insurgents. Cuban and Nicaraguan advisors were integrated into the FMLN hierarchy, and urged the guerrillas to attack the cities and wage war against the country's infrastructure. Like ICL, the guerrillas' patrons were willing to fight GHT to the last Salvadoran. The guerrillas the morale to hold out indefinitely, Castro said. Time on their side 77. This international solidarity was central to allowing the guerrillas to undertake several more offensives during the early 1980s. As Nicaraguan Defense Minister Roger Miranda later said, these guerrillas would not have the strength that they have if they were without the direct support that the Sandinista government and the Cuban government have given them. By 1983 Maelstrom 203. 1984 The FMLN controlled roughly one-fourth of Salvadoran territory and was maintaining a rhythmic assault on roads, bridges, power lines, and other vital pieces of the economy. 78 On both sides, foreign intervention exacerbated the conflow in El Salvador. The United States backed a government that knew how to kill but was unwilling to reform, while Cuba, Nicaragua, and the Soviet Union gave sustenance to a guerrilla force that launched deadly attacks and wreaked havoc on the economy. Its fierce internal strife drawing fuel from abroad, El Salvador was trapped in a cycle of violent extremism. The majority of the estimated 70,000 deaths caused by the civil war occurred during the early 1980s, and plummeting economic performance made life miserable for the survivors. One historian puts it nicely, the four horsemen of the apocalypse appear to have taken up permanent residence in El Salvador during the 1980s. 79 Circumstances improved somewhat beginning in 1983, as the Salvadoran government gradually eased back from its drastic course. In no small part, this correction was a result of U.S. pressure. By the close of 1982 the Reagan administration realized that continuing repression would likely lead to disaster in El Salvador. It might cause the U.S. Congress to terminate military assistance. It would almost certainly alienate the Salvadoran moderates and drive the country off a cliff. The mafia must be stopped, one U.S. official told a Salvadoran audience. Your survival depends upon it. The guerrillas of this mafia, every bit as much as the guerrillas of Morazan and Quetzaltenango, are destroying El Salvador. In late 1983 Vice President George Bush traveled to San Salvador with a blunt warning. A failure to rein in the death squads and permit political liberalization, he told his hosts, could cause irreparable damage to U.S. Salvadoran relations. Arena officials had previously rolled their eyes at such talk, assuming that the United States had no choice but to back them. In an ironic turn, however, the growing congressional skepticism that so troubled Reagan now worked in his favor. The prospect that Congress might force the White House to turn off the aid spigot lent Bush's admonitions a credibility that had heretofore been lacking, and Arena chose to heed his advice. Death squad violence dropped considerably from the horrific levels of 1981-1982, and the paramilitaries largely ceased targeting the PDC. The government also restarted a long-delayed phase of the agrarian reform, proceeding with a land to the tiller 204 Maelstrom program that benefited 43,000 peasants. Overall, the reform redistributed roughly 20% of the country's arable land, and aided perhaps 25% of the rural poor. 81 The reformist tendency grew stronger in 1984, when Duarte with $2 million in CIA funds backing his candidacy came to power on a platform promising to curb the death squads, lift political restrictions, and negotiate with the FMLN. Although the military and Arena frustrated many of Duarte's initiatives, his election still marked a turning point in the war. The fact that the U.S. Congress could live with Duarte was not lost on the phase, and convinced the generals that they must identify themselves with democracy and reform. Military officials took action against some of the most notorious human rights violators, and the phase initiated civic action programs such as building roads, schools, and vaccination facilities. 82 Troops moving into guerrilla base areas and occupied towns are treating local inhabitants with greater consideration, the CIA reported. The military also swung behind a gradual and incomplete democratic opening. Unions and other social groups were allowed to operate, political restrictions were relaxed, and relatively fair elections were held. These steps hardly ended repression against suspected subversives, but they did mark a real improvement over the unrestrained right-wing terror of recent years. 83 The opening of the political system destroyed the insurgents' greatest hope, that continued polarization would provoke a Nicaragua-style insurrection. The insurgents' agrarian themes, while useful in garnering rural support, had never held great appeal for urban, middle-class individuals whose dissatisfaction stemmed more from political marginalization than socio-economic grievance. 84 The repression of the late 1970s and early 1980s tempted certain of these actors to make common cause with the insurgents. The apertura that followed removed any such desire. Most moderates and mainstream elites thought even a limited democracy preferable to an FMLN victory, and the chances of cross-class support for the guerrillas declined accordingly. The guerrillas, U.S. OFFI Chales reported in 1984, found themselves increasingly bowed in and with decreased options. FMLN spokesman agreed, conceding, the masses are not insurrectionary. 85 By the mid-1980s the guerrillas were also losing campesino support. The agrarian reform, though it did little for the majority of landless peasants, did decrease guerrilla support among the beneficiaries. 86 The actions of the Maelstrom. 205. FMLN itself also caused growing alienation in the rural areas. While the FMLN did at times take measures that bolstered their popularity in the liberated zones, in many cases their actions tended in the opposite direction. Guerrilla sabotage attacks were extremely effective in wrecking the Salvadoran economy. GDP dipped 25% during the early 1980s, but they hurt the very people the guerrillas claimed to represent. 87 These economic disruptions were especially injurious to those who already lived on the brink, and guerrilla sabotage provoked a civilian backlash. The FMLN claims to represent the people but cannot clearly prove it, declared the Salvadoran bishops, and makes use of violence and sabotage as an essential weapon in its struggle. 88 As the insurgents' situation grew precarious during the 1980s, the FMLN became more exploitive and coercive in dealing with the rural population. The FMLN levied war taxes on peasants and ran informal conscription programs. The insurgents murdered PDC mayors and other pro-government citizens to discourage support for the regime, and threatened to kill anyone who voted. This revolutionary terror did help the insurgents maintain their dominance in certain parts of the country, but it also made them seem little less repressive than the unjust order against which they railed. 89 By the late 1980s guerrilla fortunes were on the wane. The FMLN still controlled large swaths of territory, but its number of combatants had fallen to 5,0007,000, a decrease of 30 to 50% from a few years earlier. 90 Politically, the guerrillas found themselves marginalized by the democratic opening as well as their own destructive behavior. The decreasing popularity of the insurgency became evident in 1989, when a group associated with the FDR agreed to participate in national elections, only to receive less than 4% of the vote. The FMLN remained a large and powerful organization, but it was no longer capable of inspiring the widespread popular support necessary to overturn the state. The FMLN might have been isolated, but it was not defeated. The group's agrarian message still resonated with some landless peasants, and the FMLN continued to receive massive weapons shipments from abroad. Combined with the army's refusal to negotiate, these guerrilla strengths ensured that the civil war dragged on. The situation FLR'd in 1989, when the election of an arena government threatened to derail political and social reform and the FMLN launched a major offensive. The war, 206 Maelstrom admitted Juan Orlando Zepeda, the head of Salvadoran military intelligence, is far from being resolved. 91 In Guatemala, as in El Salvador, the battle between the guerrillas and the government reached a climax in the early 1980s. Believing that governmental repression had created a decisive contradiction between the regime and the popular masses, the insurgents sought to strike the final blow. Guerrilla actions increased dramatically as the EGP and its partners looked to catalyze public discontent and make the jump from insurgency to general insurrection. 92 This offensive set the stage not for a victorious march on the capital, but for a staggering counter-revolutionary blow. This scenario, a familiar one in Latin America, played out between late 1981 and 1983. First under Romeo Lucas Garcia, and then more dramatically under Efren Rios Montt, the government unleashed a counterinsurgency that devastated the guerrillas and much of the country in the process. Rios Montt, who took power in a coup in March 1982, exemplified Latin American military radicalism. His dedication to national security doctrine and his aggressiveness in dealing with subversion made even Pinochet and Videla seem like dilettantes. "I must do what I must," he remarked. "We here are fighting the Third World War." In late 1982 he deflected accusations that the government was seeking to destroy the economic livelihood of the indigenous peasants. "We have no scorched earth policy," he said. "We have a policy of scorched communists." 93 Rios Montt's strategy was to use widespread terror to destroy the guerrillas and their popular base. "Whoever is against the institutional government, whoever doesn't surrender, I'm going to shoot," he said. The purpose of this approach, note two analysts, was to induce submission, showing that allegiance to the guerrillas would bring unspeakable horror and death. 94 Accordingly, the military targeted not only guerrilla combatants, but also entire towns thought to be supporting the insurgents. Beheadings, garroting, immolation, and massacres were commonplace. According to one estimate, more than 400 villages simply disappeared under Rios Montt's rule. Indians were forced to kill suspected guerrilla sympathizers, or to watch as their loved ones were raped and executed. The ethos of the program was captured in a comment by one of Rios Montt's officers. "Look, there can be no maelstrom." 207. Rules in guerrilla and counter-guerrilla warfare, he said. "It is the dirtiest war there can be." 95 Toxic racism abetted this brutality. The belief that Guatemala's indigenous population represented a lesser developed stage of humanity fed the notion that the peasants were particularly susceptible to guerrilla penetration and allowed military officials to rationalize otherwise unconscionable violence. 96 The guerrillas won over many Indian collaborators, said one. Therefore, the Indians were subversives. And how do you fight subversion? Clearly you had to kill the Indians because they were collaborating with subversion. The resulting bloodshed was virtually genocidal. The number of people who lost their lives between 1981 and 1983 was probably around 100,000, at least 85% of which were killed by the security forces and death squads. One survivor commented, "I guess the government does not want any more Indian race." 97 Cold War radicalism mixed with long-standing social and ethnic tensions in Guatemala during the 1980s, producing cataclysmic violence. Earlier repression had actually stimulated the guerrillas, but this most recent phase did the movement irreparable harm. Although most of those killed were non-combatants, the government did cast its net wide enough to devastate the guerrillas themselves. The insurgents had not been braced for such intense violence. PGT leaders noted that many compañeros were poorly prepared militarily, and EGP militants later acknowledged, "We overestimated our capacities." 98 The PGT lost around 40% of its members in 1983, and the rest of the URNG suffered major losses as well. After Rios Montt's extermination campaign, the EGP admitted, "The enemy now has the initiative." 99 In general, the scope and brutality of the violence was sufficient to achieve the psychological effect that Rios Montt sought. The guerrillas had claimed that resistance might lead to a better and more dignified existence. The government offensive showed that it would only lead to a gruesome death. The guerrillas soon found that even the marginalized were no longer so eager to join the cause. 100 The Guatemalan government sought to build on this success by creating new rural institutions that would further separate the guerrillas from the masses. "We had to move people to areas where we could control them and isolate the guerrillas," said one army supporter. The tools used for this purpose were civil defense patrols, an initiative that required peasants to form anti-guerrilla militias, model villages, where traffic in and out was closely scrutinized by the army, and the Fusil's y Frijoles, or Rifle and Beans program. 208 Maelstrom, which, according to one US official, functioned as follows: THOs who are perceived to support the government are rewarded with food for work, housing if they have been displaced, and other forms of government. Largesse. THOs perceived not to be in support of the government are met with whatever force is considered necessary. 101 These programs were extremely effective. They allowed the army to keep watch over campesinos, who, after the maelstrom of the early 1980s, were often willing to accept safety wherever they could find it. While the model villages and packs imposed economic burdens on the peasants and entailed a life under military scrutiny, writes one scholar, they nonetheless offered some degree of security and tranquility after a period of chaos and violence. 102 The promise of security was especially tempting because it came at a time of growing rifts between the guerrillas and the rural population. While the Guatemalan insurgents clearly enjoyed an organic connection with many campesinos during the late 1970s and early 1980s, this relationship suffered as the war intensified. As in El Salvador, the guerrillas sabotaged Guatemala's infrastructure throughout the 1980s in order to undermine the base of political and economic power. They destroyed power lines, roads, bridges, buses, and other targets. In Huetenango, the EGP boasted, it had committed sabotage actions against nearly all the towns. 103 These attacks seriously depressed economic activity and invariably hurt the poor more than the rich. Rural pastors began to lead their congregations out of EGP-dominated zones, a stinging rebuke from those who had, in many cases, earlier supported the guerrillas. 104 The guerrillas undermined their own cause in other ways as well. Just as the intensification of the insurgency brought out the worst in the government, it highlighted the darker aspects of guerrilla behavior. For all their efforts to make themselves more appealing to the rural population, many insurgents still subscribed to a vanguard ideology that easily shaded into authoritarianism. The EGP, for instance, voiced a strong pro-Soviet tone and proclaimed the need to carry out socialist revolutions in the style of Cuba, Algeria, Libya, and Nicaragua. This tendency became more marked in the early 1980s, as the ramping up of the struggle gave a militaristic tone to guerrilla activities. What we had was politics, now we will act militarily, EGP organizers said. 105 These attributes informed high-handed, coercive, and even brutal behavior toward the population. The guerrillas demanded food from the peasants, Maelstrom. 209. Threatening them with violence if they refused. One day, the guerrillas passed through area, and they entered those houses and forced the people to give them food, recalled one campesino. They told them that if the people did not give them food, they would kill them. 106 Executions of collaborators and army spies were frequent, even though in many instances the victims were guilty only of failing to show full allegiance to the guerrillas. And as the pressure on the URNG grew, the insurgents more and more resorted to threats and intimidation to prevent campesinos from defecting to the enemy. 107 These lingering traces of Guevarism led to a sharp decline in guerrilla popularity. No less damaging was the insurgents' tendency to invite violent retribution against the peasants. During the early 1980s, the EGP would advance into a given area, provoke the military by attacking a patrol or killing a landlord, and then flee before the authorities could react. The idea was to escape the brunt of the army's response while at the same time exposing the campesinos to repression that would, hopefully, radicalize them. 108 This tactic worked in some cases, but it ultimately backfired. By leaving the peasants vulnerable to military reprisals, the guerrillas demonstrated that they could not or would not protect those who supported them. The guerrillas only provoke the army, and then they go, said one rural pastor. We are the ones who suffer the consequences. 109 From 1982 on, these factors produced an important rural realignment. With the guerrillas showing themselves to be authoritarian and unreliable, many peasants accepted the safety offered by the army. The presence of, coupled with the government's civic action programs, has impinged seriously upon the Indians' willingness to extend logistical support, safe haven, and goodwill to the insurgents, US OFFI Chales noted. Guatemalan OFFI Chales offered similar assessments, and as the decade went on, the guerrillas found it difficult to win access to or sympathy among the rural population. 110 As institutions like the PACs drove a wedge between the guerrillas and the campesinos, a FINAL aspect of the counterinsurgency separated the insurgents from dissatisfied members of the political class. By the early 1980s, unvarnished military rule and the stifling of the opposition had threatened to drive the moderates into the arms of the guerrillas and produce a Nicaragua-style outcome. In order to lessen this danger, Guatemalan officers realized it was necessary to permit a gradual liberalization, to design a political, economic and social model that would help change the huge contradictions that had 210 maelstrom turned Guatemala into a country in constant political, economic and social conflow. ICT 111 beginning under Rios Montt, but continuing more expeditiously under his successors, Guatemala experienced a limited democratic opening. Between 1982 and 1986 the military reduced death squad violence against the PDC and other moderates, allowed unions to operate, permitted free speech and association, and supervised the drafting of a new constitution and the holding of multi-party elections. The new system was hardly liberal or egalitarian. Subversive agitators were murdered or disappeared, although such occurrences were now less frequent. The new constitution made no meaningful provision for agrarian reform, but it did contain nods to indigenous rights. The military allowed moderate parties like the PDC to come to power, but maintained a veto on government policy. And, of course, this democratic opening began just as the army was waging an all-out war against much of the indigenous population. 112 With respect to defanging the insurgency, though, liberalization accomplished its intended effect. Guatemala's political class, the majority of which was urban and mestizo, had never been comfortable with the agrarian, indigenous philosophy of the guerrillas, and would have supported the insurgents only if there had been no other alternative to a continuation of the old regime. The political opening eliminated this temptation. Guatemala's unions and opposition parties preferred a thoroughly imperfect quasi-democracy to a quixotic alliance with the insurgents, and the PGT admitted that the guerrilla movement was now isolated from the rest of the popular sectors. 113 By the mid-1980s it was clear that the guerrillas could not take power. Battered by violence, isolated by the democratic opening, and marginalized by their own errors and excesses, the insurgents were unmistakably in decline. As in El Salvador, though, insurgents that could not win could not be defeated, either. The URNG retained a significant if much reduced contingent of experienced combatants, and a government FINAL offensive in 1987 failed to eliminate the remaining guerrillas. The threat of revolution had faded, but peace was not at hand. 114 Although the Nicaraguan Civil War is often described, as one early account had it, as Reagan versus the Sandinistas, the origins of the conflow ICT had little to do with U.S. policy. 115 After taking power, the Sandinistas embarked upon what Allende might have termed a Nicaraguan road to socialism, the Gov Maelstrom. 211. Ernment preserved a mixed economy and respected certain democratic practices, but did so with an eye to the longer-term goal of establishing a socialist system. The ideological attitude of the FSLN leadership is fully clear, Cuban officials reported in 1981. It wants socialism in Nicaragua. 116 Sandinista officials referred to their party as the vanguard, and made clear that political freedoms came second to the needs of the revolution. The FSLN could not lose sight of what had happened to other revolutionary governments in Latin America, Daniel Ortega explained. Others had taken advantage of the freedoms allowed to destroy those movements. Accordingly, the government would permit democratic practices only so long as they comported with the Sandinista project. National polls held in 1984, said Ortega, are elections to improve the power of the revolution, but they are not a rafloe to see who has power, because the people have power through their vanguard, the Sandinista National Liberation Front and its National Directorate. 117 During the early 1980s the FSLN combined progressive and sometimes radical social policies with a determined drive for political hegemony. The government launched major initiatives in health, education, women's rights, and other public services while at the same time institutionalizing Sandinista power. The FSLN created a new army, militia, and secret police and channeled mass political participation into organs overseen by the state. Sandinista defense committees were given authority to grant driver's licenses and economic permits, thereby ensuring that loyalty to the FSLN was a prerequisite for obtaining even basic services. There was a new reality in Nicaragua, Interior Minister Tomas Borga announced, with the FSLN now the nation's irreplaceable vanguard. 118 This program was quite popular initially, and the FSLN would win a landslide victory in 1984 elections. Yet it also provoked violent resistance in some quarters. Attempts to assert state control over the major industries led prominent conservatives and economic elites to take up arms, while the Sandinistas' rural policies soon produced what two scholars call a virtual peasant insurrection. 119 The FSLN called itself the champion of the campesinos, but its rural initiatives were based more on the ideological needs of the party than the long-ignored needs of the peasants. Rather than giving landless peasants individual plots of land, the Sandinistas placed them in collective farms. Instead of allowing the Mosquito Indians in the northeast to preserve their long-standing autonomy, the government tried often violently to integrate them into Borga's new reality. 120 The result was a fierce backlash. In 212 Maelstrom 1979 residents of the mountainous interior formed the anti-Sandinista popular militias, and thousands of Mosquitos soon joined them in armed resistance. The reasons for rebellion, stated Mosquito leaders, were land, autonomy, the liberty of Indian people, freedom for our culture and people. 121 The Contra armies eventually reached a peak of perhaps 30,000 combatants, the vast majority of them campesinos, making the Nicaraguan conflict the largest peasant war in Latin America since the Mexican Revolution. The Contra War was essentially a revolt, as one Milpas member put it, of a whole bunch of really pissed off peasants. 122 To the extent that foreign involvement in Nicaragua provoked the Civil War, it had to do mainly with the growing Soviet and Cuban role in the country. In one sense it was the need to assert Sandinista control over the ports of El Bluff and Puerto Cabezas, which sat at the terminus of the shortest maritime routes to Havana, Moscow, and other East Bloc allies that made the government so eager to bring the Mosquitos to heel. 123 More broadly, the tilt toward the Soviet bloc INFL aimed both violent and nonviolent opposition. The Catholic Church, led by Archbishop Miguel Abando y Bravo, charged that the government was completely Marxist-Leninist and under Cuban control, presaging a decade of hostility between church and regime. 124 Other defectors criticized the exaggerated Sovietophilia of the FSLN government, an issue that pushed the Sandinistas' famed Comandante Ciro, Eden Pastora, to turn traitor and form a guerrilla front in Costa Rica. 125 Early anti-Sandinista fighters tapped into the same fear. Showing other peasants the Soviet-made weapons captured from the FSLN as proof, one fighter said that the Sandinistas were Soviet proxies and that the Cubans were invading Nicaragua to impose their political system. 126 Moscow and Havana may have helped the FSLN consolidate power, but their aid came at a price. Reagan eagerly capitalized on the Contra revolt, setting the stage for renewed U.S. intervention in Nicaragua. Few causes were dearer to Reagan than the Contras. He called them freedom fighters and depicted them as America's first line of defense against Havana and Moscow. The administration worked to unite the anti-FSLN forces, and gave Honduras hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid in exchange for hosting the guerrillas. CIA operatives armed the rebels, trained them, and pushed them forward with an urgency well suited to Reagan's anti-communist zeal. The only way to defeat communism is by using the same means, the same tactics, one U.S. operative told the Contras. Kidnap, kill, torture, maelstrom. 213. Rob. Democratic means are not effective. 127 In accord with Reagan's desire to make the FSLN say uncle, the CIA encouraged the Contras to mount large-scale operations designed to capture and hold Nicaraguan territory, and used its own agents to mine Nicaragua's ports and attack Nicaraguan ships. 128 In terms of the implicit and later explicit goal of overthrowing the Sandinista regime, the Contra program was never particularly effective. The U.S. Argentine alliance fell apart over the Falklands crisis of 1982, and Pastora's Southern Front fizzled. Congressional skepticism kept Contra funding more limited than Reagan would have liked. This opposition eventually led to a cut-off of U.S. military support for the insurgents, and left the Contras in worsening financial straits as the decade went on. 129 What aid the United States did give the Contras was largely counteracted by Cuban and Soviet assistance to Nicaragua. The fact that the United States was, as Gromyko said, hurling gangs of mercenaries and terrorists against Nicaragua led Moscow and Havana to step up their involvement in the Conflow ICT. Moscow delivered sophisticated helicopter gunships, which were sometimes owned by Cuban pilots. Cuban advisors helped the Sandinista Popular Army create specialized counterinsurgency units, and East Bloc artillery allowed the Sandinista Army to shell Contra sanctuaries in Honduras. 130 Together these measures kept the Contras on the defensive. The insurgency, USOFFI Chales reported in 1983, does not yet pose a serious threat to the Sandinistas. Combined with the 1984 election results and Reagan's refusal to pursue a diplomatic solution seriously, this blunting of the Contra offensive led to a stalemate. Reagan advisor James Baker called Nicaragua our country's Vietnam of the 1980s, while State Department OFFI Chale Crescencio Arcos warned that U.S. policies will give you nothing but attrition in the end. 131 The stalemate may have been frustrating to Washington, but it was catastrophic for Nicaragua. Contra sabotage caused hundreds of millions of dollars in damages, and when added to the effects of a U.S. commercial embargo, it had severe consequences for a vulnerable Nicaraguan economy that had never recovered from the destruction of the 1970s. The Contras are doing about as well as can be expected, wrote Reagan advisor Robert Pastorino, not great, 214 Maelstrom, but it apparently doesn't take much to disrupt the feeble economy and infrastructure of Nicaragua. 132 The costs of the war helped fuel inflation, and real wages fell by roughly half during the early 1980s. The Conflow ICT also displaced tens of thousands of refugees and forced the government to implement a highly unpopular conscription program that, as the war dragged on, became more coercive and thus more politically toxic. Attrition worked both ways, and even a relatively ineffective resistance dragged down the general quality of life for Nicaraguans. When the U.S. Congress approved a humanitarian aid package for the Contras in 1986, Ortega complained that the step meant only still more death, destruction, and suffering. 133 The Contra War certainly made things difficult for the Sandinistas, but the FSLN made matters worse through its own errors and excesses. Ill-considered economic policies were no less responsible for Nicaragua's worsening plight than were U.S. pressure and civil war. Price control seriously distorted the production and marketing of basic goods, while Sandinista agricultural practices disrupted long-standing patterns of cultivation. Corruption and the appointment of incompetent loyalists to head important ministries further impeded effective economic measures, and the relentless printing of currency to finance growing budget deficits simply worsened the fiscal situation. 134 The Sandinistas had not given our best performance, Planning Minister Henry Ruiz conceded. The economy was on zero, Victor Tirado later said, with inflation and rationing eliciting rising public discontent. 135 The fact that the upper echelons of the FSLN used their influence to insulate themselves from these hardships only increased popular resentment, and by 1985, Ortega identified a growing alienation between the government and the Sandinista front on the one hand, and the masses, the large majority of the population, on the other. 136 The Sandinistas' problems extended to the political and social scene, as the government suffered fallings out with numerous influential groups. The suspension of many political rights from 1982 to 1988, justified on grounds that there was an enormous terrorist army on the border, grated on moderates and the middle class. The FSLN used coercive tactics, Commandante Jamie Wheelock later conceded, which at times severely limited individual freedoms and civil rights. The banning of strikes alienated labor, and attempts to impose greater government control over the mass organizations caused a steep drop in their popularity. Then there was the debilitating feud with the Caddo Maelstrom. 215. Lick Church. Although various factors produced this dispute, the FSLN led the issue terribly, with Sandinista militants harassing priests and heckling a papal mass in Managua. The FSLN was isolating itself, losing the support of groups of the right, left, and center. 137 As the 1980s went on, the FSLN became increasingly repressive in dealing with this discontent. There is a continuing debate over human rights abuses in the Civil War, and neither side was innocent. The Contras perpetrated exemplary murders of FSLN sympathizers, burned pro-government villages, and raped, kidnapped, and killed volunteers in the Sandinista literacy program. They tortured EPS soldiers or collaborators that fell into their hands. There was no time to carry on due process, one Contra official recalled. You wanted to have answers very soon because otherwise you would be risking your own troops. 138 These practices diminished in the late 1980s as Reagan pushed the Contras to show that they were the real democratic alternative to the Sandinistas, but the insurgents' reputation for brutality was well earned. 139 The FSLN also made use of such practices, although in this case the abuses mounted during the mid and late 1980s. We cannot renounce in these times the use of revolutionary terror, the FSLN Directorate resolved in 1987. The government sought to blunt support for the Contras by belatedly introducing a limited agrarian reform, but also through more coercive measures. The FSLN forcibly relocated perhaps 100,000 peasants, and tortured and executed suspected insurgent sympathizers. In one episode, intelligence agents masqueraded as Contra recruiters and, after enticing 200 peasants to join the cause, had them summarily killed. 140 As had happened so often in Latin America, though, state terror had unintended effects. Sandinista repression was not sufficient to crush the opposition outright, but it was enough to alienate an already disgruntled rural population and drive more campesinos to the insurgents. By the late 1980s, Contra sympathizers were ubiquitous in the rural areas. All these sons of bitches are Contras, exclaimed one EPS brigade chief. 141 By 1987-1988, declining public support indicated that the revolution was running out of steam. The social basis of the revolution was eroding, commented by Ardo Arce. The destabilization of the country now loomed. 142 Yet if the FSLN was losing its political footing, it was hardly in danger of being swept out of OFFICE by a mass insurrection. The Sandinistas still enjoyed 216 maelstrom, the loyalty of a broad swath of the population, and the EPS remained far stronger than the Contras. In Nicaragua as elsewhere, the war seemed set to drag on indefinitely. The Central American imbroglio only began to move toward resolution in the late 1980s as the international context surrounding the crisis evolved. Washington, Moscow, and Havana, whose involvement had done so much to fuel this conflict, each eventually concluded that their Central American policies were unsustainable. In the United States, the Iran-Contra scandal threatened to undo congressional support for the Contras altogether. Diplomatic backing for the program was also in jeopardy, as Honduras began to wonder if its Nicaraguan guests would ever be going home, and the Honduran government even consulted with the United Nations regarding the possibility of evicting the Contras by force. Similarly, Arenas' return to power and the airing of the insurgency in 1989 revived congressional opposition to an open-ended commitment to El Salvador. In these circumstances, the new administration of George H.W. Bush was ill-disposed to brawling with Congress over Central American aid. The former vice president had never really identified with Reagan's anti-communist crusade, and with the Cold War winding down, he was most interested in removing what Baker called the bleeding sore of Central America as a point of executive congressional discord. 143 Moscow was also reconsidering its policies toward the region. The costs of supporting the FMLN and FSLN had become extremely onerous. The Kremlin was providing hundreds of millions of dollars per year in aid to Nicaragua and $8 to $10 million per day to Cuba, all as the Soviet economy underwent a slow-motion collapse. The colonial regions are exploiting the Soviet Union. US OFFI Chales joked. During the mid and late Reagan years, moreover, Soviet OFFI Chales worried that their support for these movements, far from deterring US intervention in Central America, might actually provoke an invasion that Moscow could do little to impede. 144 These considerations came to the forefront of Soviet policy under Mikhail Gorbachev. Contrary to conventional wisdom, Gorbachev did not effect a Third World retrenchment immediately upon taking OFFICE. Early on, Gorbachev combined liberalization at home with ideological fervor abroad. Even as he began overdue reforms within the Soviet Union, he restated Moscow's maelstrom. 217. Support for the struggle of the peoples for liberation from the colonial yoke. Moscow brokered a full-scale rearmament of the FMLN in 1987, and Gorbachev pledged solidarity with the struggle waged by Nicaragua against the aggressive intrigues of imperialism. 145 Gradually, however, economic and geopolitical realities forced Gorbachev to scale back Soviet involvement. Seeking to introduce a certain stabilizing element to the relations between the USSR and USA, Gorbachev looked to defuse regional conflicts that would further tax the economy and might escalate into a U.S.-Soviet confrontation. 146 Moscow wanted neither a beachhead nor a stronghold in Central America, Soviet representatives averred. The Kremlin cut its material support for the FMLN after 1989, pledged to cease arms shipments to the Sandinistas, and reduced economic aid to Managua. 147 The Kremlin also pushed its Nicaraguan and Salvadoran allies to negotiate with their adversaries. The Central American crisis would have to be settled with the partners God gave us and not with some ideal partner, Soviet radio commentators announced. In Managua the implications were clear. The concerns of our strategic allies in the Soviet Union are concentrated around the geopolitical problems the worldwide struggle against imperialism poses, the National Directorate reported, and not in acting sympathetically with the revolution. 148 Castro initially rejected this retreat. He announced that the Salvadoran guerrillas have all our support and pledged to match any increase in contra aid with additional military assistance for the EPS. 149 Imperialism is in a deep crisis, he told East German OFFI Chales in 1986. 150 Castro's fighting spirit remained intact, but his capabilities were in decline. For all Castro's diplomatic independence of the Kremlin, Cuba was heavily reliant on Soviet and military aid, and the changes occurring in Moscow soon had a profound effect in Havana. Perestroika left Castro ideologically isolated, while decreasing Soviet assistance crippled Cuba's ability to sustain military endeavors abroad or even to provide for the Cuban population. Cuba is undergoing what is probably one of its most traumatic periods since 1959, UN diplomats reported. 151 Forced to turn inward, Havana looked to limit its exposure in Central America. Castro publicly restated his support for the FMLN and FSLN, but urged them to negotiate before East Bloc support dried up entirely. Havana, Moscow, and Washington had plunged into Central America a decade earlier. After years of inconclusive struggle, they now looked for a way out. 152 218 Maelstrom That avenue was the Central American peace process. This process, which began in the early 1980s, had previously had an unhappy existence. Reagan rejected the Contadora Peace Initiative in 1984, and the FSLN accepted the plan, as Ortega put it, only to expose U.S. antipathy to the negotiations. Contadora died at mid-decade, but the peace negotiations received new life in 1986, when Isthmian leaders headed by Costa Rica's Oscar Arias called for talks on arms limitation, terminating aid to guerrilla forces, democratization and free elections, and other subjects. 153 In Guatemala and El Salvador enthusiasm for the negotiations was muted. The guerrillas realized that a peace settlement would mean giving up on revolution, while the militaries disliked the idea of sitting down with enemies they claimed to have defeated. Given the alternative of continuing the civil wars, though, these parties eventually found a reason to embrace negotiation. The Guatemalan government signed onto escapulas in the late 1980s, opening talks that ultimately led to a peace settlement in 1996. In El Salvador, the Bush administration pushed the phase to do the same. Bush dispatched Vice President Dan Quayle to San Salvador to warn that any resumption of death squad activity risked ending U.S. aid altogether, and gave the phase a shove by gradually drawing down military assistance. Negotiate now, Bush threatened, or face the guerrillas without U.S. support. Combined with the sobering EFFECT of the 1989 FMLN offensive, this pressure led the armed forces to accept the principle of negotiation, and a peace accord took EFFECT in 1992.154. Ambivalence about escapulas was even stronger in Nicaragua, where all of the major parties had serious reservations about the process. US OFFI feared that the negotiations would leave the Contras denuded of supplies, and hardliners doubted that the Sandinistas would abide by any agreement. Communists win these kinds of negotiations, State Department advisor Elliot Abrams fumed. The Soviets were worried, as one diplomat put it, that the United States could bring many and diverse pressures on the small countries of the region. For its part, the FSLN realized that lifting political curbs, as the accords required, would energize a boisterous opposition. The mix of leaving the ideological enemies of our process free in front of the means of communication and popular discontent, FSLN leaders warned, has an explosive, highly dangerous potential for the revolutionary power 155 as elsewhere, though, the participants ultimately found virtue in necessity. U.S. diplomats realized that only by committing to the negotiations could the administration wring any more Contra money out of Congress and Reagan and Maelstrom. 219. Then Bush traded their AC septans of escapulas for 2 FINAL appropriations. 156. The Soviets thought that the peace process might lead to rapprochement between Nicaragua and the United States, and thereby allow Moscow to retreat from Central America in good order. A Sandinista electoral victory would contribute to the international prestige of the Sandinistas and would be a very strong card in the normalization of relations between Managua and Washington, opined Soviet diplomat Dmitry Titov. 157. The FSLN eventually accepted escapulas as a way of restoring internal legitimacy and opening the door to aid from non-East Bloc sources. The peace process would also force Washington to end its support for the Contras, the National Directorate expected, allowing Managua to leave the counter-revolution without resources. We will win this war in Washington, the FSLN predicted. The Sandinistas began direct talks and signed a ceasefire with the Contras, and the two groups agreed to hold national elections in early 1990. 158. The polls took place in February, with the FSLN facing off against a hastily assembled coalition whose chief advantages were $9 million in U.S. aid and the benefit of being anyone other than the Sandinistas. Few observers expected UNO to win. But a decade's worth of anger at economic hardship, conscription, political restrictions, and Sandinista repression, as well as the expectation that a UNO victory would mean peace, ensured that the FSLN's electoral gambit backfired. In a surprise result, Violeta Chamorro defeated Ortega by a comfortable margin of 55 to 41%. The FSLN respected the decision. Chamorro took OFFICE in April. Contra demobilization was largely completed 2 months later. The Civil War was over, leaving Nicaraguans like their neighbors in Guatemala and El Salvador to rebuild a country wrecked by decades of dictatorship and violence. 159. This would be no easy task, for the destruction was catastrophic. The aggregate death count of the Central American civil wars was probably upwards of 300,000, a staggering figure given the population of the countries in question. The economic cost was also great. Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala each lost sizable portions of GDP during the 1980s, and the scorched earth campaigns, loss of economic providers, and debilitating injuries took a heavy toll on many families. The conclusion of the peace accords did not easily bridge the social and political divisions exacerbated by years of bloodshed, nor did it erase the collective psychological trauma that resulted from this violence. Neither, in some cases, did the agreements even end the fighting fully. 220 Maelstrom dozens of Contras were murdered upon their return to Nicaragua in 1990-1991, while some of these insurgents refused to lay down their arms. The cataclysmic bloodletting of the civil wars had largely subsided, but the legacies of those struggles remained. The Central American conflicts were a fighting, if tragic, culmination to Latin America's Cold War. During the 1980s, the combined furies of that struggle came together in Central America, and the result was a period of violence that dwarfed even the South American Dirty Wars in intensity and duration. The civil wars ended in negotiated settlements, but the practical result was the frustration of revolutionary ambitions. The Guatemalan and Salvadoran accords reintegrated the guerrillas into systems that, while much more democratic than before, were still highly inequitable. The FSLN was turned out of power and watched as the Chamorro government rolled back a number of its reforms. Central America had not returned to the status quo ante, but it had not much progressed toward the vision of the revolutionaries. Were the Central American civil wars, then, a case of the aspirations of the masses being thwarted by murderous elites and their foreign accomplices? Did these events demonstrate that the slogan El Pueblo Unido Jamás será vencido, the people, united, will never be defeated, was wrong? In part, yes. The Central American revolutionary movements did embody the hopes of large segments of the population for a better, more dignified life, and, at certain points, each of these organizations enjoyed strong, organic bonds with the masses. And these movements were defeated, in no small measure, by unrelenting U.S. hostility and the willingness of their opponents to act in bloody, even genocidal fashion. Like all of Latin America's Cold War, however, these episodes cannot be reduced to a simple morality play. The Central American crisis was more complex and ambiguous than is often realized. Take, for instance, the U.S. role. Washington backed a thoroughly thuggish army in El Salvador, but also supported efforts to open the political system and restrain death squad violence. U.SOFFICHALs behind closed doors did not wink and nudge each other when they spoke of promoting democracy in Latin America, writes Thomas Carruthers, but rather were quite sincere if simplistic in their commitment to democratization. With respect to Nicaragua, U.S. policy was aggressive, cynical, and destructive, but it also aligned with the aspirations of pro-Maelstrom. 221. Democracy elements and campesinos who found the FSLN little better than Somoza. Crescencio Arcos, the diplomat charged with demobilizing the Contras in 1990, summed it up nicely: "We supported some very unsavory people and some very good people at the same time." 160. Moreover, to view the U.S. role in Central America in isolation is to distort the complicated reality of foreign intervention in the area. Washington was but one of several self-interested meddlers that supported a mix of admirable and despicable characters as their needs required. Each of these powers had a hand in the Central American bloodbath. One could easily say that Soviet, Cuban, and Nicaraguan support prolonged the war in El Salvador by giving sustenance to an increasingly unpopular guerrilla force that spared little effort in its attempts to destroy the nation's economy. To make this comparison is not to weigh the relative morality or immorality of foreign involvement in Central America, but simply to point out that external intervention during the 1980s was not a one-sided affair. Internally, too, the Central American wars were hardly unambiguous. The masses were never that cohesive, it turns out, nor were they unwavering in their support for the revolutionary left. While these revolutionary movements did initially enjoy strong popular solidarity, their actions, while nowhere near as brutal as those of the Guatemalan or Salvadoran governments, eventually alienated many of those who had previously backed them. By the late 1980s, in fact, it was clear that El Pueblo simply did not support the idea of social revolution, at least not as it was advocated by the FMLN, FSLN, or URNG. And while repression and violence played a key role in this dissolution, other factors also mattered. In Guatemala and El Salvador, the decision of mainstream and moderate actors to shun the guerrillas was intimately linked to the political openings that occurred during the mid-1980s. These changes were hardly comprehensive, and were in both cases undertaken for reasons that were at least partly cynical. But they did leave Guatemala and El Salvador with more open political systems, and they drained support from the violent left. If there was a positive outcome of the civil wars, this move toward democratization was it. While it is thus necessary to recognize the complexity of the Central American conflicts, one should not go too far. The 1980s were a period of hellish devastation for Central America. Nicaragua, Guatemala, and El Salvador suffered massive human and economic losses, profound cultural and social 222 maelstrom traumas, and were left with broken institutions and legacies of fear that persist today. One historian has recently argued that the closing years of the Cold War represented a triumph of hope the residents of these countries might be pardoned for disagreeing. If anyone won the Cold War in Latin America, it was certainly not they. 162. 8. The end of history? The tragedy of the Central American Civil Wars was impossible to deny, but that didn't stop Ronald Reagan from trying. In December 1982, with Rios Montt's counterinsurgency in full swing, Reagan gave an upbeat appraisal of events in Guatemala. Rios Montt was getting a bum rap, he told reporters, and had not received credit for taking steps to increase political participation. He is totally dedicated to democracy. One that Reagan could make such a comment reflected his abiding anti-communism and his simplistic definition of democracy. All the same, Reagan's analysis did capture an essential transformation occurring in the region. During the 1980s, Latin America went democratic. At the close of 1978 there were only 4 democratic regimes in the region. Over the next dozen years, dictatorships fell or elected governments came to power in 13 countries. Guatemala and El Salvador held elections and broadened political participation, even as the armed forces waged bloody counterinsurgencies. Honduras had its first democratically elected president in decades take power in 1981, and U.S. intervention toppled Manuel Noriega in Panama. Events in South America followed a similar course. Juntas in Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador returned to the barracks, while Stroessner of Paraguay was overthrown in 1989. Negotiated transitions occurred in Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina, and the seemingly omnipotent Pinochet was undone by a national plebiscite in 1988. By 1990 even the Institutional Revolutionary Party in Mexico looked far less invincible than before. Whereas Cold War authoritarianism had swept Latin America during the 1960s and 1970s, the 1980s were dominated by the retreat of the dictators. 224. The end of history? In no two instances was the process of democratization identical, and the circumstances under which authoritarian rulers left power varied widely. Looking across these cases, though, there were several factors that loomed large in the region's political transformation. Democratization had much to do with the relationship between the dictators and the violent left. The strength of the guerrilla forces compelled governments in Guatemala and El Salvador to embrace a degree of liberalization, while in South America the devastation of the extreme left eventually robbed the radical military regimes of their raison d'être. Latin America's authoritarians also faced growing diplomatic pressure as the 1980s went on, with a variety of foreign actors, most notably the United States, impelling the movement toward democracy. Most important of all, democratization was a product of debt. Dictatorial regimes had sometimes struggled to deal with the socio-political ramifications of economic growth, but when the Latin American debt crisis unfolded, few of these governments survived the fallout from economic disaster. If debt helped bring Latin America to a political watershed, it was even more crucial to a concurrent shift in regional political economy. During the 1980s, Latin America largely abandoned the venerable ISI model. The emergence of the debt crisis brought together long-standing Latin American critiques of ISI with US and international EFF efforts to deepen the region's integration into the global economic order. Over the course of a decade, these forces ensured the ascendance of a new economic paradigm. Government/spending, privatized state-owned industries, lifted trade barriers and price controls, and allowed their currencies to float. They denounced state interventionism and swore fealty to the market. As Latin America returned to democracy, it turned to neoliberalism as well. Coming at roughly the same time as the Central American Civil Wars, the economic and political changes of the 1980s provided a fighting coda to Latin America's Cold War. In one sense, the events of that decade rolled back the political arrangements, radical military regimes inspired by national security doctrine that had been so central to that conflow ICT. More important, the events of the 1980s seemed to settle the long-running ideological battle for Latin America. For decades the superpowers and Cuba had sought to use Latin America as a showcase for their respective models of economic and political development. Similarly, actors within the region had competed to determine what social, economic, and political system would emerge supreme. By the late 1980s the struggle appeared to have ended in a blowout. Latin Amer, the end of history? 225. ICA was rushing headlong toward free market capitalism and electoral democracy, while the left had given up dreams of radical change. The United States and capitalism have won, judged one observer, and in few areas of the globe is that victory so clear-cut, sweet, and spectacular as in Latin America. 3. In reality that victory was less decisive than it often seemed. Democracy was no panacea for the region's problems, and neoliberal reforms could be quite painful for the poor. Social and political conflow ICT persisted, casting doubt on the idea that Latin America's internal struggles had been conclusively resolved. Even for the United States, the apparent winner of Latin America's Cold War, the results were often unsatisfactory. Neoliberal reform was not without pernicious consequences for Washington, and democratic elections brought unexpected blowback. Appearances aside, there was ambivalence and ambiguity aplenty in the close of Latin America's Cold War. In important respects, the sources of both democratization and neoliberalism boiled down to one word: debt. The Central American Civil Wars captivated many observers during the 1980s, but for the rest of the region, economic troubles took center stage. External debt, IMF analysts commented in 1989, has become a household word. For the Latin American debt crisis is generally thought to have begun in 1982, but in certain countries it dated back to the mid-1970s. In Peru the debt crisis hit in 1975-1976 as the post-Velasco military government wrestled with its predecessor's economic legacy. Velasco had borrowed heavily to finance domestic projects and keep up with the rising price of oil. By the close of his presidency the Peruvian debt had quintupled and commercial banks had grown skittish of lending to Lima. The result was an economic crisis that severely depressed growth and would last through the 1980s and beyond. 5. The Peruvian affair presaged the broader debt crisis that erupted in the early 1980s. As in Peru, this crisis had its immediate origins in the oil shocks of the previous decade. This harsh test, as Brazilian officials called it, led nearly all Latin American governments to borrow furiously. 6. The importers did so to pay rising petroleum bills, head off crippling recessions, and finance politically popular but financially unsustainable social programs. The exporters did so in the belief that loans contracted now in order to foster industrialization and expand social spending could easily be repaid with. 226. The end of history? Petro Profits later. 7. With borrowing fueled by the easy availability of funds from US and European banks, the region's debt grew dramatically. It rose from $59 billion to $331 billion between 1975 and 1982, with much of this debt contracted via short-term notes with variable interest rates. 8. The strategy of debt-led growth seemed workable in the short term. Annual growth in Latin America was nearly a full percentage point higher in the 1970s than it had been in the prior decade, and Brazil, one of the heaviest borrowers, maintained 7% annual growth from 1973 to 1979.9 by the early 1980s. However, the swelling debt burden was causing inflation and depressing growth, which fell 3.6% region-wide between 1980 and 1982. The bottom dropped out entirely in 1982, when interest rates jumped, causing debt service payments to skyrocket. A simultaneous crash in oil prices meant that not even the high rollers were immune from the crunch that resulted. In August 1982, Mexico set off the debt crisis proper by announcing that it could no longer meet its obligations to foreign banks. 10 The debt crisis would consume much of the 1980s and ultimately set the stage for sweeping economic liberalization. This move toward neoliberalism, which in its simplest terms represented a return to the laissez-faire concepts discarded decades earlier in favor of Keynesianism, ISI, and other interventionist policies, had both internal and external sources. 11 Within Latin America, it reflected growing disillusion with inward-looking development strategies, particularly ISI. By the late 20th century it had become clear that ISI was a thoroughly problematic economic model. By protecting domestic firms from foreign competition, ISI perpetuated inefficient business practices and conduced to the production of shabby, overpriced goods. Similarly, high trade barriers and an emphasis on domestic production discouraged the development of export-oriented industries. This latter outcome was particularly damaging because it led to recurring balance of payments problems and left Latin America poorly positioned to take advantage of the post-war liberalization of world commerce. 12 The liabilities of ISI gave rise to an alliance of economists, politicians, and entrepreneurs that agitated for a new economic model. This group had its intellectual origins in the 1950s, when the economics department at Catholic University in Santiago established a partnership with its sister department at the University of Chicago. Over the next 2 decades, dozens of young Latin American economists supported by grants from USAID and the Fulbright, Rockefeller, and Ford Foundations pursued graduate studies at Chicago, the end of history. 227. Harvard, Columbia, and other U.S. universities. There they synthesized a critique of ISI with the monetarist doctrines expounded by Milton Friedman and the neoliberal ideas coming to prominence among top U.S. economists. Upon returning home, these Chicago school economists argued that it was not foreign exploitation, but rather the distortions promoted by excessive government intervention that were responsible for Latin American underdevelopment. Trade liberalization, privatization of government-owned industries, deep cuts in public spending, and a general opening of the regional economy would be necessary to reverse what one Chilean called a half-century of errors and make Latin America prosperous. 13 This movement found support from members of the political and business classes. Across Latin America, entrepreneurs increasingly concluded that while ISI benefited some privileged firms and industries, it injured the rest. Government control of banking, the extractive industries, and other profitable sectors limited opportunities for private profit. High tariffs, the need for licenses, and other restrictive arrangements discouraged firms from exploiting Latin America's low labor costs and profitably joining the export sector. Multiple exchange rates and restrictions on foreign investment impeded capital and currency flows. During the 1960s and after, important sectors of the business community mobilized in opposition to these arrangements. Entrepreneurs formed business associations dedicated to economic liberalization, and through their support to political parties such as the National Action Party in Mexico and Arena in El Salvador that supported this program. They used television and other mass media to take their arguments to the public, and funded think tanks staffed by Chicago school economists. Intellectual currents, entrepreneurial sentiment, and political activism converged, forming a new right in Latin America. 14 Neoliberal doctrines influenced several military regimes during the 1960s and 1970s, but it was in Pinochet's Chile that the new right really got a chance to turn criticism into policy. After 2 years of hesitation, Pinochet embraced the Council of the Chicago Boys in 1975. The junta slashed import duties, lifted price controls, privatized industries and social services, aggressively courted FDI, and cut government spending. These measures were not without victims: civil servants whose jobs were eliminated, industrial workers whose factories now faced foreign competition, poor people who benefited from price controls and social programs, but they did drive down inflation, produce economic growth, and win the admiration of free market devotees. 228. The end of history? Around the world. 15 Reagan termed Pinochet's economic program amazing, a sentiment shared by George Shultz. They stand on Adam Smith, he noted approvingly. 16 Rough the 1970s, though, Chile remained an outlier. For all its drawbacks, ISI retained substantial political currency. It appealed to dependentistas who viewed ISI as a way of shielding their countries from the inequities of world trade, as well as to developmentalists who argued for a strong state role in nurturing industry. It boasted the support of those industrial elites who had grown rich from their privileged access to the domestic market, as well as the blue-collar workers they employed. As a consequence, various forms of ISI became entrenched across Latin America, and while Pinochet was willing to make a clean break with this model, the majority of its practitioners were not. Even under authoritarian regimes, neoliberal reforms proceeded in fits and starts. Where there was not a single dominant personality to drive policy, or where authoritarian governments had to worry about transitions between one military leader and the next, the will to see a neoliberal program through to completion was often lacking. The Uruguayan and Argentine juntas allowed prices to rise, lowered tariffs, and restrained government spending, but in the face of growing public discontent, they eventually pulled back. 17 The Brazilian government embraced fiscal discipline and stimulated foreign investment after 1964, but maintained selectively high tariffs and a strong government role in industry. Transitions between presidents often saw a relaxation of austerity measures, and as the Brazilian miracle came under strain in the 1970s, the military government relied on interventionist policies to prevent a fall-off in growth. 18 It took the shock of the debt crisis to displace ISI entirely. In one sense, the debt crisis confirmed what the new right had long been arguing, that the old economic model was broken beyond repair. It also opened the door to an alliance between the new right and powerful foreign supporters of neoliberalism. For officials from the international financial institutions and the developed countries, particularly the United States, the debt crisis was both threat and opportunity. On the negative side, the crisis promised to depress exports to Latin America and raised the prospect that the debtors might default, thereby throwing the world financial system into chaos. Financial turmoil could also inflame social and political tensions in Latin America. One US official who visited the region in 1983 reported a generalized sense of the end of history. 229. Despair and a wave of nationalistic, anti-American sentiment and, in some cases, violence. 19 Yet the debt crisis also represented a decisive rupture, a chance to push Latin America down a more liberal economic path. This prospect was appealing for several reasons. Officials in Washington, whether they worked for Reagan, the IMF, or the World Bank, genuinely believed that neoliberal reform would be good for the region. In private as in public, these individuals averred that liberalizing trade, restraining spending, and privatizing industry were essential to providing macroeconomic stability and laying the foundation for growth. These measures had produced prosperity in Europe and the United States. Why would they not do the same in Mexico and Uruguay? The need for adjustment, remarked one high-ranking IMF official in 1980, is simply a fact of life. 20 The notion that the liberal model was universally applicable was nothing new in relations between Washington and the developing world, but this theme received a jolt of energy when Reagan took power in 1981. Reagan's presidency, which witnessed revitalized U.S. interventionism in Latin America, also saw resurgent certitude in the exportability of the American political and economic model. Carter's emphasis on human rights had already partially overthrown the post-modernization theory disinterest in democracy promotion displayed by Kissinger, and Reagan's election now brought political and economic proselytism back to the center of U.S. policy. Reagan's near-visceral aversion to statist economic policies and his dedication to free market principles shone through in his rhetoric. History has demonstrated that time and again, in place after place, economic growth and human progress make their greatest strides in countries that encourage economic freedom, he said in 1981. The critical test is whether government is genuinely working to liberate individuals by creating incentives to work, invest, and succeed. Individual farmers, laborers, owners, and managers, they are the heart and soul of development. Trust them. 21. The strength of these beliefs, combined with the ideological assertiveness evident in Reagan's Central America policy, made the spread of free market economics an essential theme of U.S. policy. We apply the principles of economic freedom at home, Reagan said. We should not export central planning and statist economics abroad. In appearances before international audiences, Reagan touted the magic of the market, and argued that the developing countries would find success only if they emulated the U.S. example. There was only one true path to prosperity, Reagan intoned, and the Third World would do well to follow it. 22. 230. The end of history? Reagan sincerely believed that economic reform would benefit Latin Americans, but his emphasis on this subject was hardly disinterested. As before, US officials calculated that they could use Third World debt problems to ensure that the world economic balance continued to favor Washington and the West. Sobered by the transfer of wealth caused by the oil shocks of the 1970s, the developed world reacted by seeking to draw up its wagons in a circle and to keep the market economy intact. 23. The need to do so was all the more pressing given the recent liberation of capital and currency FLOs, which opened new frontiers for major First World firms. Given the proper investment climate, these enterprises could now more easily relocate their productive facilities to Third World countries, exploiting low labor costs to achieve considerable economies. The Reagan administration thus resolved to adhere to the model established after the 1973-1974 oil crisis, making debt relief contingent on greater receptivity to foreign goods and investment. Washington would thereby defeat the upsurge of Third World economic nationalism, facilitate the advances of transnational enterprises, and deepen the liberal economic order. The debt, Reagan administration officials wrote candidly, can and should be used as leverage. 24. For the World Bank and the IMF, 2. The prospects of overhauling Latin America's economies carried powerful incentives. The fact that these banks moved with such alacrity into Third World debt relief reflected not just the preferences of their major capital subscribers, but also the imperatives of institutional aggrandizement. 25. The IMF saw its INFLians and budgets grow considerably after it became a player in Third World debt relief during the 1970s, and the World Bank looked to keep pace with its own structural adjustment programs. While some officials argued that the World Bank, whose original mission had been to rebuild post-war Europe, should proceed cautiously in entering this field, the prospect of being left behind by its sister institution led bank higher UPS to push ahead rapidly. The World Bank plunged into the debt crisis, setting the goal of expanding bank lending by 150%. 26. During the 1980s, the IMF, the World Bank, and commercial banks in the United States, Europe, and Japan established a basic model for debt relief. The IFIs would provide stabilization packages to countries in distress and broker new loans from commercial banks. These countries, in return, would commit to implementing far-reaching economic reforms, upon which full delivery of foreign funds would be contingent. For its part, the United States would use its diplomatic and economic INFLians to encourage Latin American countries to hold to these pacts, and would help the tenets of the new right take root by sponsoring organizations, such as the Salvadoran Foundation for Economic and Social Development, that would serve as incubators of neoliberal concepts. The United States, the IFIs, and the commercial banks would thereby ease Latin America's debt burden while pushing it toward greater economic liberalism. 27 World Bank and especially IMF agreements proliferated across Latin America during the 1980s, symbolized by a $4 billion IMF loan to Mexico in late 1982 that was accompanied by a promise of $5 billion in commercial lending. For much of the decade, though, these programs produced disappointing results. New lending helped Latin American countries avoid default, but accomplished little else. Most of the money that flowed into the region simply flowed back out as debt service. Regional debt continued to increase, and by the close of the 1980s, debt service payments were more than 3 times export earnings in Latin America. 28 The fact that the region was still hemorrhaging cash provoked considerable anger at the IFI lending model. The governments of Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and Mexico complained that they were facing forced insolvency, and demanded greater relief. A plan promulgated by U.S. Treasury Secretary James Baker failed to alleviate these concerns, and in 1985, Peru again raised the specter of default by serving notice that it would pay no more than what it could afford. 29 Such sentiments figured in an attempt by various Latin American countries to bolster their bargaining position vis-a-vis the multilateral banks by banding together into a regional bloc. It is neither just nor rational that the countries of the region have been converted into net exporters of capital, read a multilateral declaration issued from Quito in 1984. Latin American statesmen insistently called for regional unity as the essential requirement of our development, and sought to coordinate support in the organization of American states and the non-aligned movement. 30 Eager to steal a march on the United States, Castro got into the act, holding a debtors' conference in Havana. In Washington, US officials worried about the de facto or de jure formation of a debtor. 232. The end of history? Cartel that might seriously impinge on Western leverage in dealing with the debt crisis. 31 In practice, however, regional and third world unity were elusive. By the 1980s the NAM had become so fractious as to dissipate any leverage it might otherwise have wielded. Castro's efforts to take charge of the movement in the late 1970s and early 1980s alienated conservative members, exacerbated ideological disputes, and led, Mexican diplomats reported, to an evident weakening of the movement. Within Latin America, solidarity was mostly rhetorical. Countries led by anti-communist presidents were loath to cooperate with Castro or Ortega, the larger nations resented being lumped together with the smaller ones, and the possibilities for a broad debtors front faded. 32 Even so, most Latin American policymakers hesitated to give neoliberalism their full endorsement. While they largely conceded that liberalization and austerity were necessary, they blanched at the implications. 33 Ratcheting back public spending and opening industries to foreign competition would depress growth and hurt employment, while liberating prices would drive up the cost of food and other essential goods. The short-term consequence would be economic hardship for large sectors of society and political hardship for their leaders. World Bank officials conceded that neoliberal reforms entailed very painful adjustment measures, an evaluation confirmed when massive protests rocked Peru after the junta tried to impose an IMF stabilization program in the late 1970s. 34 This threat of upheaval caused Latin American leaders to think twice before enacting their own reforms. During the Mexican financial crisis of 1976, López Portillo commented that the IMF was giving the correct advice, but that heeding that counsel would lead to political difficulties. During the early 1980s few statesmen would have disagreed. 35 The traditional IMF medicine simply will not wash in Mexico, Mexican officials argued. We have to keep growing to solve our chronic unemployment. The effort to adjust our economies is necessary, agreed Mexican Foreign Secretary Bernardo Sepúlveda Amor, but its social cost cannot be ignored. 36 These concerns produced a stop-and-go approach to liberalization. Nearly all Latin American governments implemented at least some of the measures recommended by the IMF, such as devaluing their currency, lowering trade barriers, and reducing spending. Yet in few cases did they follow this approach comprehensively. Some governments, like Venezuela's, delayed or cancelled the end of history. 233. Most controversial aspects of stabilization, leaving the truly wrenching decisions to the next government. Others, namely Brazil, Peru, Argentina, and Mexico, sought to square the circle by launching heterodox plans that contained certain liberal reforms but also left price controls in place, avoided wholesale privatization, and maintained deficit spending. 37 The move toward economic liberalism entailed potentially severe social and political costs, and Latin American governments avoided paying this price as long as they could. Alternatives to the liberal model were fast disappearing, though. After often promising starts, the heterodox programs ended in disaster. They were recessionary enough to depress employment and growth, which across Latin America fell by 1.6% between 1980 and 1986. While price controls did keep inflation under wraps, the eventual lifting of these restraints combined with the inflationary effects of persistent government deficits to send prices to astronomical levels. In 1988 inflation for the region averaged nearly 300%, and at various points the number exceeded 1,000% in Argentina, Brazil, and elsewhere. 38 The heterodox programs produced the worst of both worlds: stagnation and hyperinflation, and made economic conditions even more precarious. Latin American officials eventually accepted that drastic reforms were unavoidable. The pill was sweetened by the Brady Plan, which for the first time promised actual debt amortization in return for major structural changes. 39 Across the region, politicians that had recently condemned IMF programs now endorsed them as the only solution to hyperinflation and economic ruin. In Brazil, the government proclaimed a far-reaching abertura comercial, slashing tariffs and working toward the creation of the common market of the South with Uruguay, Paraguay, and Argentina. The Peruvian government of Alberto Fujimori undertook a radical austerity program, as did its Bolivian counterpart. President Armando Calderón of El Salvador declared that he wanted to turn his country into one big free zone. 40 The tide crested in Mexico and Argentina, where newly elected presidents broke with their party's traditional economic platforms and undertook far-reaching reforms. Carlos Menem of Argentina harshly criticized the IMF while running for president. Once in office, he pledged to pursue carnal relations with the United States and sold off more than 300 state-owned companies. There would be no tolerance, his government announced, for activities that limit the decisiveness of economic agents at any step of the productive. 234. The end of history? Process 41 Carlos Salinas of Mexico did likewise, privatizing hundreds of state-owned enterprises, opening new paths for foreign investment, and declaring that government spending must fall dramatically. A larger state is neither a more effective nor a more just state, he said. 42 In the early 1990s, Salinas negotiated the North American Free Trade Agreement with Canada and the United States. By 1991, Brady could declare that Latin America was undergoing a revolution, as a whole new generation of leaders spells out their hopes for economic reform. 43 ISI was dead, the new right and neoliberalism were ascendant. Yet to what extent were this revolution, and the series of events that produced it, good for Latin Americans? From a macroeconomic standpoint, the consequences of the neoliberal turn were, in most cases, beneficial. Trade increased, deficits and debt fell, and foreign investment spiked. Inflation tumbled to a manageable 14%. The region averaged 3.5% growth during the 1990s, the highest rate in decades. Chile's mark of 6.7% placed it among the world's leaders, and in 1993, more than 90% of Chilean voters cast their ballots for parties that favored continuing the neoliberal model. 44 These improvements came at a price, though. The investment that poured into Latin America was predominantly of the highly mobile and speculative type known as portfolio investment, rather than more stable direct investment. The fact that portfolio investments could easily be withdrawn from a country tended to exacerbate the severity and impact of financial crises, as demonstrated in Mexico in 1994-1995 and in Argentina at the turn of the millennium. 45 When one zoomed in from the macro to the micro, the balance sheet became still less favorable. The negative growth and inflation caused by the debt crisis took a severe human toll, especially on the poor. Unemployment rose dramatically. In Mexico, the potential labor force grew by 2 million between 1981 and 1984, while not a single new job was created. 46 Even those who could find work saw their purchasing power fall sharply. The real minimum wage dropped by 31.3% in Mexico, forcing millions of workers into dire economic straits. Rising food costs posed a growing burden for the impoverished. In Peru, poor households were now forced to spend 70% of their income on this category of goods. 47 Across the region, recession and inflation left many people struggling to survive. For the poor, the World Bank acknowledged, the 1980s was a lost decade. 48 The end of history? 235. Stabilization programs eventually brightened the macroeconomic picture, but the poor again bore the brunt of the accompanying difficulties. The policies promoted by the IFIs and the United States suffered from the same flaw as the plans dreamed up by the modernization theorists 20 years earlier. In the 1960s, World Bank President Eugene Black had been skeptical of the grandiose aims of the Alliance for Progress. "It takes time to understand a country," he said. "You can't just run out and set up a plan, set up a program. You just can't whip up these plans overnight." Black was right, but 20 years later the IFIs made much the same mistake, implementing policies that drew on an abstract, supposedly universal model of growth rather than a sophisticated understanding of local circumstances. The bank's management, one employee later recalled, acted as though it knows all the answers and it's never wrong. In the highly oligarchic context of Latin America, neoliberal policies had immensely unbalanced effects. They often benefited entrepreneurs and the rich, allowing them to scoop up privatized industries at bargain prices. The rich got richer, and income inequality increased. Neoliberal reforms, one U.S. diplomat later acknowledged, were FIXED for the people on top. 49 For the poor, there was much less to celebrate. Eliminating government social programs hurt mainly the impoverished, while opening Latin American economies forced down wages and employment. Unleashing market forces ultimately helped curb inflation, but in the short term it pushed up the cost of food and other essentials. The human costs of adjustment were exposed in the early 1990s, when a cholera outbreak in Peru, caused in no small part by the fact that many Peruvians could not afford cooking oil or heat to boil their water, claimed around 2,000 lives. The traumas caused by adjustment programs were acknowledged even by their sponsors. When structural adjustment issues came to the fore, World Bank officials wrote, little attention was paid to the effects on the poor. On his way to ink a deal with the IMF in 1990, Fujimori put it more starkly. "If the economic shock were to work," he said, "the Peruvian people would no doubt forgive me 50. These social dislocations led some Latin American officials to fear a resurgence of revolutionary upheaval. "The way things are going," wrote Brazilian official João Leitão de Abreu, "there will be a convulsion that threatens the entire social and political structure." For the most part, the revolutionary threat did not materialize. Latin Americans fell back on mutual aid strategies and the informal economy, sent children and women into the workforce, and managed to survive. 51. 236. The end of history? Yet the economic crisis was not without deeply disruptive ramifications. In the Andes, increasingly severe rural poverty led campesinos to become more involved in the commercial cultivation of coca. Added to rising demand for cocaine in the United States and Europe, this shift led to an explosion of drug exports from Latin America, and in countries like Colombia, an equivalent surge in drug-related violence. In Central America and Mexico, falling wages and limited economic opportunity caused a spike in undocumented migration to the United States. 52 The EFFX could be even more jarring. Anger at economic reforms provoked massive rioting in Venezuela in February-March 1989, and clashes between the protesters and the security forces caused hundreds of deaths. The deteriorating plight of Peruvian peasants informed the growth, if not the origins, of the brutal Shining Path insurgency that ravaged the country into the early 1990s. The Zapatista rebels in southern Mexico termed NAFTA a death sentence for the Indians, and on January 1, 1994, the day that the trade agreement took effect, they rose in revolt. Finally, resentment at neoliberal reform would soon be translated into support for politicians, such as Venezuela's Hugo Chavez, Bolivia's Evo Morales, and even a resurrected Daniel Ortega, who railed against the new order. Capitalism was not the answer to Latin America's ills, Morales charged, but rather the worst enemy of humanity. With economic security still elusive for many Latin Americans, the social and political conflicts that had so long afflicted the region continued. 53 The economic shocks of the 1980s were also central to the second great departure in regional affairs, the return to electoral democracy. Nearly all of the authoritarian regimes that seized power during the 1960s and 1970s did so amid economic crises, and they subsequently made restoring economic stability no less a priority than restoring political stability. Their success in doing so varied considerably, but in some cases the generals did achieve growth over a period of several years or more. Uruguay's economy grew for the first time in 20 years between the 1973 coup and the late 1970s. In Brazil, GDP rose at more than 10% annually between 1967 and 1973 and roughly 7% per annum in the 6 years after that. Chile's performance, though marred by high unemployment during the 1970s and a sharp setback in 1982-1983, was strong enough for the economic model established by Pinochet to be embraced by the democratic governments that succeeded him. 54 The end of history. 237. Even when implemented successfully, though, economic policy was a minefield for the juntas. On the one hand, economic growth provided the regimes in Chile, Brazil, and elsewhere with a source of domestic legitimacy. On the other hand, the economic policies employed by authoritarian governments eventually produced political problems for the generals. Restricting credit helped curb inflation, but it hurt business owners who could not get loans to finance their operations. Reducing tariffs facilitated trade, but that annoyed inward-looking industrialists and other producers who were not keen on facing stiff foreign competition. The attempts of many military governments to maintain a degree of control over the economy, whether by colonizing its most profitable sectors, as in Central America, imposing a web of regulations on business activity, as in Brazil, or privileging state-run industries at the expense of the private sector, as occurred in numerous countries, produced rising entrepreneurial discontent. By the late 1970s, the Argentine, Uruguayan, and Brazilian regimes confronted growing opposition from groups such as businessmen, industrialists, and agricultural producers, just those sectors that might have been expected to appreciate the political tranquility and economic stability provided by the juntas. 55 More damaging still was the fact that economic growth gradually led to the expansion of the middle class. As usual, these individuals grew restive in a system in which their economic success brought them few political rights. Throughout South America, lawyers, businessmen, and white-collar workers eventually emerged at the head of coalitions demanding political change. 56 The Brazilian case demonstrates how these tensions helped produce initial moves toward democratization. After Ecobedo Geisel donned the president's sash in 1974, he initiated a gradual political opening. The guerrillas had been defeated and the left thoroughly defanged, he argued, making the regime's intense preoccupation with subversion unnecessary. Confronted with rising dissent from middle-class groups, the business community, and human rights activists, Geisel looked toward a greater normalization for the political life of the country. 57 Brazil must reconcile its system of government with the social and political changes wrought by recent growth. We can think of ourselves as being a developed country, and we can also think of ourselves as being, really, a democracy that stands the test of time, he said. 58 Geisel allowed relatively free elections, permitted labor unions and other groups more room to organize, and repealed the most restrictive of the institutional acts passed by the hardliners following the 1964 coup. He sought to decrease external tensions. 238. The end of history? By moderating Brazilian foreign policy and getting away from Medici's interventionism. 59 The government must maintain a climate of order, peace, and stability, but should simultaneously build legitimate political institutions and reduce the strains that threaten to derail economic development. Geisel's philosophy, he told his ministers, was the maximum possible development, with the minimum essential security. 60 If economic success was problematic for the military, economic failure was far worse. The debt crisis had momentous consequences for the authoritarians. Of the juntas in Brazil and the Southern Cone, only Chile survived the immediate fallout from that event. The fact that the generals had chosen such a disastrous economic path, and that in doing so they had inflicted such pain on the population, destroyed one of the major points of esteem long enjoyed by Latin American militaries: the perception that they were more competent than the politicians. People thought that when you have big problem in society, it was better to give it to the military because they were so clever and so intelligent, said one Argentine of public perceptions during the 1960s and 1970s. 61 The debt crisis shattered this image of professionalism and stability. In Chile, deteriorating living conditions provoked mass protests in the slums of Santiago and intense anger from a middle class that saw its recent gains evaporate. The Pinochet regime faced its greatest challenge since 1973, with crowds in the streets chanting, "He's going to fall." 62 In response, the government lashed out in ways that only compounded its problems. Pinochet, predisposed to see any sort of anti-government activism as subversion, launched brutal military sweeps of the slums, outraging much of Chilean society. Amid the worst economic slump since the Depression of the early 1930s, USOFFI Chales reported, Chilean opposition to the Pinochet regime has increased sharply. 63 As usual, the Argentine junta outdid its Chilean counterpart. Economic hardship catalyzed resurgent labor activism in Argentina during the late 1970s and early 1980s, manifest chiefly in a general strike in 1979 and massive anti-regime demonstrations in March 1982. Desperate to regain political momentum, the generals launched an ill-advised invasion of the Falkland Islands, a British possession. Argentine leaders believed that the Monroe Doctrine and their aid to the United States in Central America would convince Reagan to stay London's hand, but Washington came down firmly on the side of its NATO ally. A British task force routed the Argentines in the war that resulted, showing the junta to be incompetent militarily as well as economically. 64 The end of history? 239. This pattern held true across Latin America, as the measures that authoritarian governments took to deal with the debt crisis simply undermined their positions further. IMF stabilization programs, while often undertaken hesitantly by governments afraid of provoking public outrage, still led to increased unrest. Peruvian labor unions reacted strongly to wage and spending cuts in 1977-1978, staging protests so severe as to force a retreat from the stabilization program and cause the military eventually to return to the barracks. 65 Mexico's various bouts of stabilization between 1976 and the late 1980s produced similar results. Campesinos and other groups protested cuts in social spending made by López Portillo from 1976 to 1978, while trade unionists argued that austerity programs and rising prices left them unable to afford food and other necessities. 66 The student movement, re-energized by this dissatisfaction, issued harsh critiques of the government. López Portillo's adjustment plan, announced one group, was another attempt to increase the exploitation of the working classes. 67 During the 1980s, more intensive stabilization efforts produced road blockages, land invasions, and in some cases, violence. One group announced that they would cease paying their taxes, with the end of suffocating the local PRI government. 68 By the end of the 1980s, PRI supremacy was under strain. The protests of 1976-1977 and their role in revitalizing the Mexican student movement convinced the PRI to institute a political reform in the late 1970s. Only by broadening political participation, announced Mexican oficiales, will the social tensions be driven out. 69 In the 1980s, the anger provoked by economic crisis and adjustment led political sentiment to gravitate toward organizations like the PAN and the Party of the Democratic Revolution. The PRI, in turn, was forced to become more coercive in limiting the electoral successes of these challengers. The government, fearing even a partial vote of no confidence, used blatant fraud and intimidation to prevent the PAN from racking up victories in local and regional elections in 1984 and 1986. Several popular PAN figures suddenly found that unforeseen legal or personal circumstances prevented them from standing as candidates. US oficiales reported. 70 These tactics helped keep the PAN in check, but also produced protests that U.S. intelligence analysts termed the most energetic challenge to the ruling PRI in many years. 71 In 1988, a strong PRD showing in the presidential polls caused the PRI to panic and perpetrate even grosser electoral manipulation. The PRI remained in power, but its hold had become tenuous. The PRI will. 240. The end of history? Not be able to reconstitute itself as it existed in the past, US oficiales correctly predicted. Neoliberal reforms would continue to destabilize the Mexican political system in the 1990s, and were central to the PRI's eventual eviction from power in 2000.72. In many instances, the political consequences of economic reform promised to be so traumatic that military governments left the toughest decisions to the civilians that eventually followed them in power. This being the case, why did these new, untested democracies survive an experience that entrenched military regimes could not? For the most part, this was because the debt crisis and the pains that followed were not widely seen to be the civilians' fault. In most cases, Peru, Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Chile, Bolivia, and elsewhere, the onset of intense economic difficulties preceded the transition to democratic rule, ensuring that most of the blame fell at the general's feet. Accordingly, while citizens of these countries showed little patience with particular political parties that failed to bring about better conditions, they demonstrated greater forbearance with respect to the democratic system as a whole. 73 In certain respects, the debt crisis and the dire need for solutions actually strengthened democratic governance. The tendency of unpopular military regimes to punt on taking decisive economic action led some commentators to conclude that only a government with democratic legitimacy could make the bold moves required to rein in inflation and instability. The dark clouds accumulating on the horizon will only be dissipated with an authentic and democratic government, one Brazilian business publication opined. 74 Once implemented, moreover, neoliberal reforms help discourage conservative authoritarianism from making a comeback. Macroeconomic stability continued to go wanting in some countries during the 1990s, but in most cases inflation fell and the economy no longer seemed to teeter on the brink. The establishment of this equilibrium removed what had traditionally been a chief stimulant to golpismo in Latin America, depriving the generals of the dramatic circumstances that they had long exploited to seize power. Similarly, the fact that many entrepreneurs benefited handsomely from the reforms showed that democracy could be good for business, and reduced the possibility that economic elites might support resurgent authoritarianism. Conservative businessmen gave up the right to rule for the right to make money, and another traditional stimulant to golpismo faded in consequence. 75 If the debt crisis and the neoliberal turn had pernicious consequences for broad swaths of Latin America, there was a silver lining. These same events, the end of history? 241. Discredited the military regimes, promoted democratization, and helped bring down the curtain on the radical authoritarianism that had long been such a central aspect of Latin America's Cold War. Economic trends were not alone in pushing Latin America toward democratization. Political, social, and diplomatic dynamics figured as well. One influence of particular importance was the relationship between the military regimes and the radical left. This relationship took different forms across the region, but from Guatemala to Argentina, it played a key role in forcing authoritarian retrenchment. In Central America it was the strength of the radical left that propelled this change. In El Salvador and Guatemala the need to isolate strong guerrilla movements led the military to back a closely supervised return to constitutionality. Democracy, USOFFI Chales commented, was a bulwark against the Cubans and Nicaraguans. Fearing that a continuation of naked military rule would polarize political opinion and force the moderates to side with the guerrillas, the Central American OFFICers allowed democratic practices to take root even as they worked assiduously to limit the effects this transition would have on the socio-economic balance. 76 In South America, by contrast, it was more often the weakness of the left that undermined dictatorial rule. From the 1960s onward, the radical military regimes inflicted severe blows on the guerrillas and the left in general. The Tupamaros, MIR, ERP, and other insurgent groups were virtually decimated. The Montoneros had been all but eliminated, bragged one Argentine OFFICer, they could detonate a bomb or two but posed no real threat to the state. 77 This repression not only crippled the guerrilla movements, but also led to a broader taming of the left. Marginalized, brutalized, and in some cases nearly exterminated, activists on the left simply lost the militancy, whether violent or nonviolent, that had inspired them in years prior. Chastened by their earlier errors and the heavy price paid for them, leftist groups across the continent now called not for revolution but for a return to even a limited and conservative form of democracy. Experience with dictatorship has made liberation theologians appreciate political rights, noted Gustavo Gutierrez. 78 Those groups that did pursue a violent strategy, such as Chile's Communist Party and Manuel Rodriguez's Patriotic Front, found themselves 242. End of history? Comparatively isolated as the 1980s went on. After years of violence and defeat, the left was scaling back its goals. 79 Military leaders counted the emasculation of the left as their greatest accomplishment. This is a war and we are the winners, boasted Roberto Viola of Argentina. 80 In reality this development set the stage for the authoritarian's demise. The destruction of the left robbed these governments of their reason for being. The juntas had come to power at times of intense internal turmoil, and in many cases their initial efforts to restore order enjoyed substantial popular support. But once the chaos subsided, these governments which, as USOFFI Chales pointed out, were born in battle against the extreme left faced the daunting question of what to do next. 81 Few military OFFI Chales were eager to return to normality or hand power back to the civilians. They held that eliminating the radical left was only the first step toward protecting their countries from subversive communism, and feared what such a transition might mean for those with blood on their hands. Some of those most deeply involved in the dirty war are terribly frightened that they are being moved closer to the time when they must account for their acts and suffer retribution, reported one Argentine OFFI Chale. On the other hand, if the dirty war can be kept going, they are protected and, in some cases, doing what they like best. 82 The Southern Cone dictatorships, and especially that of Argentina, followed this latter strategy, purporting to see an existential threat from the left well after that threat had been eliminated. Although murders, disappearances, and other abuses decreased sharply after the initial phase of the dirty war, these practices continued through the early 1980s. The continued tactic of murdering Montoneros without due process is no longer necessary from a security point of view, USOFFI Chales reported, but persisted nonetheless. 83 Detainees that had been tortured were executed even if found innocent, one Argentine OFFICer said, lest their release constitute a risk for the system. 84 Such practices were not unique to Argentina. In Brazil, hardliners in the intelligence services warned that the radical left would exploit Geisel's abertura to mobilize against the regime. 85 Long after any serious subversive challenge had been defeated, the Army Intelligence Center warned that dissident groups were planning the institution of a socialist regime, in preparation for a communist dictatorship. 86 In hopes of derailing the abertura, the hardliners staged car bombings and other incidents meant to revive fear of the violent left. 87 The end of history. 243. These tactics backfired. Many South Americans had been willing to accept blood as the price of internal stability. They found the persistence of political murder following the virtual evisceration of the left distasteful. There had always been resistance to the human rights violations perpetrated in these countries, mainly on the part of the Catholic Church in Chile and advocacy organizations in Uruguay and Argentina. As the abuses continued without any apparent justification, these protests gained a wider audience. In Argentina, groups like the Mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, which demonstrated weekly on behalf of their disappeared children, became a symbol of resistance to military abuses. Political parties and lawyers' associations registered their disapproval by ceasing to cooperate with the government. 88 In Brazil, extrajudicial killings drew strong rebukes from religious and student groups as early as the mid-1970s, and these protests subsequently mounted in intensity. "Only God owns life," declared one Brazilian priest in response to the government-sanctioned murder of a student activist. "He is its origin, and only he can decide its end." 89 In Uruguay, the political parties which, while harassed and marginalized, had largely escaped the fury of the military offensive after the coup re-emerged as centers of popular activism in the early 1980s. In Chile, too, groups that had initially supported Pinochet's takeover, including moderate parties and lawyers' guilds, now denounced the brutality of the regime. This resistance usually took the form of restrained, patient opposition rather than massive civil disobedience. The tumult of earlier periods remained a not-so-distant memory, but the rise in discontent was unmistakable. 90 More broadly, decreasing leftist radicalism left the military with a narrowed political base. The threat of the left, whether elected, as in Allende's case, or violent, as with the urban guerrillas, had initially led the right and much of the center to support the golpistas. Amid the tumult of the 1960s and 1970s, these groups sacrificed certain political rights in return for a guarantee that the left would be kept in check. With the left clearly in decline, this pact no longer seemed such a bargain. The fact that much of the left had concluded, as Brazilian industrialists believed, that radicalism was a self-destructive path, greatly decreased the risks that democratization posed for the center and the right. 91 These groups now agitated for the freedoms that they had surrendered to the juntas. Pinochet confronted dissent from a broadly based, moderate coalition by the early 1980s, USOFFI Chales reported, and the situation throughout the southern cone was much the same. 92. 244. The end of history. The South American militaries won their Third World War, but in doing so they lost their political legitimacy. The rise of the radical left had helped bring these regimes to power, its destruction now pushed them toward a fall. The isolation of the military regimes also had a diplomatic component. Beginning in the late 1970s, and more so in the 1980s, the dictators encountered growing pressure from abroad. The worldwide human rights movement that emerged in the 1970s led organizations like the OAS to become increasingly active in cataloging abuses, criticizing oppressors, and ultimately in monitoring elections and promoting democracy. The UN Commission on Human Rights played a similar role in ostracizing tyrants, and as the European Economic Community developed a foreign policy voice, it too supported dissidents and funded human rights campaigns. 93 In the main, though, foreign support for democratization revolved around the policies of specified states. The Soviet Union and Cuba, which had earlier backed guerrilla movements in Central America, resolved in the late 1980s to support the escapulous process and the democratic reforms it entailed as a way of extricating themselves from that morass. For very different reasons, Raúl Alfonsín of Argentina adopted a vigorously pro-democracy stance after taking power in 1983. Argentina was surrounded by countries in which possibilities of democratization were either remote or very fragile, recalled one OFFI Chale. We were besieged, and we did not like it as the situation could encourage sectors within our own population that had no respect for democracy. To remove this danger, Alfonsín pressured the Stroessner regime to liberalize, as did Brazil once that country returned to civilian rule in 1985.94. The United States was even more active in promoting democratization. This process had begun anew under Jimmy Carter, who revived the reformist thrust that had lain dormant since the early 1960s. Carter had less success than he had hoped in convincing the hemisphere's worst offenders to mend their ways, but his policy was not an utter failure. Carter helped secure a democratic transition in the Dominican Republic in 1978, and the administration used U.S. economic leverage to reinforce the return to civilian rule in Peru. Additionally, while U.S. policy had little direct impact on the situation in the Southern Cone, Carter's efforts did lend encouragement to anti-dictatorial activists in that area. The administration funded human rights advocacy groups in Argentina and Brazil, and years later, Uruguay's THIRD post-junta the end of history. 245. President, Julio Maria Sanguinetti, would praise Carter's stance. In those dark years of dictatorship, those of us in the opposition had to struggle practically in the dark, he recalled. One of the few significant sources of support we had was the policy of the U.S. government, which was constantly looking for human rights violations. 95 Reagan's stark Cold War rhetoric made it seem unlikely that he would maintain Carter's emphasis on democracy. We cannot play innocence abroad in a world that's not innocent, Reagan intoned, and Cold War practicality seemed poised to displace Carter's post-Cold War humanitarianism. 96 Reagan's anti-communism led him to back brutal counterinsurgencies in Central America and to attack an FSLN government that, while ideologically authoritarian, was in practice more inclusive than many U.S. allies. In 1981, moreover, Reagan dispatched confidants like Jeane Kirkpatrick and Vernon Walters to South America to repair relations with the military regimes. Chilean diplomats were pleased with what these visits seemed to augur. Ambassador Kirkpatrick's thinking with respect to world problems broadly agrees with our government's approaches, they wrote. 97 From 1980 to 1983 onward, however, the Reagan and Bush administrations took up the mantle of democracy promotion even more forcefully than Carter. In some cases this policy had less to do with democracy writ large than with knocking off a specified regime. The Bolivian junta's involvement in narcotics trafficking drove Reagan's support for democratization in that country, and in Nicaragua, U.S. calls for elections were really a means of undermining the Sandinistas. 98 If the Sandinistas are serious about democratizing, said Reagan, the battle is won. 99 This tendency found a more dramatic illustration when the Bush administration invaded Panama in December 1989. If this intervention had the consequence of restoring democracy to Panama, its chief motive was to depose Manuel Noriega, a former CIA asset who had become involved in drug trafficking and whose flagrant outing of U.S. power seemed to call Washington's overall credibility into question. The need to reaffirm, as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Colin Powell said, that the superpower lives here, was the deciding factor in the overthrow of Noriega. 100 Yet there were also several broader concerns underlying Reagan's solicitude for democracy. The first had to do with the diplomacy surrounding his efforts to unseat the FSLN. Administration OFFI Chales realized that if Reagan's calls for the Sandinistas to liberalize were to have any credibility with the Contadora and Escapulous countries, Washington would have to hold itself to the same. 246. The end of history? Standard in dealing with U.S. allies. To get more help from the Contadora countries regarding the need for democracy in Nicaragua, aide Jacqueline Tillman explained in 1986, we had to be more visible about Chile. 101 like Carter, Reagan harkened back to the original spirit of the Alliance for Progress in believing that undemocratic systems fostered leftist radicalism. The United States would stop the advance of communism, Reagan told several congressmen, by doing what Americans instinctively do best, supporting democracy. This was the case not only in insurgency-plagued El Salvador, but also in seemingly more stable countries like Chile. Here and elsewhere, the extreme left was weak, but if mainstream Latin Americans concluded that the authoritarians would never leave, that debility might not last long. If Pinochet stays, wrote Elliot Abrams, tensions will increase, strengthening the far left and endangering long-term U.S. interests. 102 Reagan believed that democratization and economic liberalization were two sides of the same coin. There was a vital nexus between economic and political freedom, he said. These democratic and free market revolutions are really the same revolution. Democracy and free markets represented the liberty of the individual against the encroachments of the state, Reagan believed, and neither economic nor political freedom could long survive in isolation from the other. Accordingly, by promoting political reform, the United States would reinforce Latin America's neoliberal turn as well. 103 This belief in the inextricable links between economic and political freedom touched on a fourth factor, which was Reagan's deep ideological commitment to democracy. Reagan was hardly a liberal, but he was a dedicated Wilsonian. For Reagan, democracy represented the highest form of political and social organization and the universal aspiration of mankind. People everywhere, he believed, wanted what the United States had. This is not cultural imperialism, he declared. It is providing the means for genuine self-determination and protection for diversity. It would be cultural condescension, or worse, to say that any people prefer dictatorship to democracy. Who would voluntarily choose not to have the right to vote, decide to purchase government propaganda handouts instead of independent newspapers, prefer government to worker-controlled unions, opt for land to be owned by the state instead of those who till it, want government repression of religious liberty, a single political party instead of free choice, a rigid cultural orthodoxy instead of democratic tolerance and diversity. 104 The end of history. 247. Combined with the economic and political arguments in favor of democratization, Reagan's ideological attachment to the idea ensured its centrality to U.S. diplomacy. The cornerstone of our policy in Latin America is support for democracy, Administration OFFI Chales wrote in 1985.105. Support for democracy did not prevent Reagan from supporting the Salvadoran army, nor did he make much effort to ensure that economic and social equality accompanied elections in Latin America. Anti-communism, an aversion to social engineering, and a rather simplistic view of what constituted democracy led Reagan to conclude, as Thomas Carruthers writes, that any country with an elected government was a democracy, no matter how undemocratic the government was in practice, or how much it was curtailed by other power sectors within the society. 106 Confronted with a communist dictatorship seeking to expand, Reagan explained, the United States would not shun the imperfect democracy. Seeking to improve the democracy that Reagan favored, in other words, was often shallow, sometimes repressive, and above all anti-communist. 107 The U.S. role in democratization varied by country, and in many cases Washington played little or no part in the reversion to civilian rule. In Brazil and Uruguay the transition was already underway by the time Reagan came to power. In Guatemala the Reagan administration lent strong verbal support to the democratic opening but had scant influence in causing or steering this process. 108 U.S. support for democratization in Argentina was important only in a negative sense, as Reagan's decision to back Great Britain in the Falklands War ensured that the High Command would embarrass itself so thoroughly as to make a retreat from power unavoidable. 109 Washington was more proactive in other episodes. Reagan declined to take military action to force Noriega out of OFFICE in 1988, but Bush did so a year later. In Bolivia the United States forcefully pushed the junta to hold elections, and in Peru the U.S. ambassador sternly warned the armed forces not to mount a coup in early 1989. The administration also used institutions like the Inter-American Defense College to advocate a new political role for Latin American officers. Your generation must be a generation of pioneers, Abrams told the graduating class at the Inter-American Defense College in 1986. You are now the guardians of the new democracies. Your highest calling must be not to replace failed regimes but to protect successful democracies. 110. 248. The end of history? Along the Central American Isthmus, U.S. policy took on similar tones. As discussed previously, Reagan used U.S. military assistance as leverage to push the Salvadoran government to liberalize. Washington strongly supported democratic governance in Honduras, threatening to terminate military aid to that country if the generals staged a coup. Pro-democracy activists credited the stance with helping stave off a military resurgence. The threat of a coup d'état is a latent condition in our country, commented a group of Honduran politicians and professionals, that is curbed only by international pressures. 111 Bush was exaggerating when he said that I can summarize our position in one word: democracy, but the United States did substantially encourage democratization in Central America and the Andes during the 1980s. 112 This policy would be put to the test in Chile. Reagan had long admired Pinochet, criticizing Democrats and Americans on the political left for acting as if fascism has been imposed on the Chileans. 113 He appreciated the Chilean president's solidarity with respect to Central America. Pinochet called for drastic action against the FSLN and assured US officials that they could count on Chile's support. 114 Reagan and his advisors also esteemed Pinochet's economic reforms. They have managed to put into effect the best economic policies you can find anywhere, said Schultz. None of this would have happened without the consistent support of Pinochet. Well into his second term, Reagan was reluctant to break with the Chilean dictator. He saved his country, he reminded advisors in 1986.115. By the mid-1980s, though, the administration was moving toward a rupture with Santiago. It was clear that Pinochet had no intention of leaving office. He sidestepped a dialogue with the opposition in the early 1980s, and in 1986 he gave a speech hinting that he might remain president for another decade. Pinochet's bottom line is to stay in power, commented Schultz. If he succeeded, US officials feared, he would simply encourage polarization and disorder. If he succeeded with US support, moreover, Reagan's efforts to rally diplomatic pressure against the FSLN would collapse. If, on the other hand, the United States could encourage a political transition in Santiago, Reagan would have a shining example of economic and political freedom marching hand in hand. If Chile can join the parade in Latin America keeping their economic program underway, Schultz said, if we have an example to point to based on economic freedom coupled with political freedom, well, they'll knock your eye out. Accordingly, from 1986 onward the end of history. 249. Istration resolved to work for a negotiated transition in Santiago, even at the risk of a break with Pinochet. If we only do things that are agreeable to Pinochet, we won't get anywhere, Schultz said. We need to be willing to rock him a little. 116 U.S. diplomats henceforth sided FARC with pro-democracy forces in Chile. The administration obstructed loans from the multilateral development banks and voted to censure Chile in the United Nations. Ambassador Harry Barnes, who called Pinochet an anti-communist Cassandra, infuriated the Chilean government by attending the funeral of a teen burned to death during an anti-regime rally. 117 After Pinochet agreed to hold a plebiscite on whether or not he would remain in power, US officials pressed him to respect the integrity of the voting process. Organizations like the National Endowment for Democracy helped fund the national campaign for the No, the unified opposition front that opposed the regime, and Barnes informed Chilean businessmen and bankers that the United States would look askance at even a fair victory by Pinochet. When the No did triumph in the plebiscite, Barnes impressed upon the defeated dictator that a refusal to heed the vote would lead to economic sanctions. 118 In Chile as elsewhere, international pressure did not cause the democratic wave of the 1980s any more than foreign influence caused the rash of coups in prior decades. In nearly all cases, the exception being Panama, the impetus toward democratization came primarily from within. On the whole, though, international pressure was a boon to reform in Latin America. Diplomatic ostracism deprived the dictators of international legitimacy and added impetus to internal agitation for change. Isolated abroad as well as at home, Pinochet and others found that their position had become untenable. The multiple factors that undermined Latin America's authoritarian regimes came together in Paraguay in 1989. Just months before the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe brought the Cold War to a close, Stroessner's venerable dictatorship, then the longest running in Latin America, crumbled as well. Stroessner had never been anything but an authoritarian, and his power derived from his firm grip on the military and the Colorado Party. Nonetheless, his ability to maintain order in Paraguay, as well as the strong economic. 250. The end of history? Growth of the 1960s and 1970s had long made him one of Latin America's more popular tyrants. During the 1980s, though, Stroessnismo came under fire. The debt crisis caused rising inflation and unemployment, and those actors that had previously backed Stroessner, notably business elites and the middle class that had taken shape in recent decades, grew hostile to his rampant corruption and cronyism. The Catholic Church demanded greater respect for human rights, and the Reagan and Alfonsin administrations called for a transition to democracy. Stroessner, who had once labeled Marxism a true historical crisis, found that he could no longer invoke the specter of the left to legitimize his regime, and his popularity plummeted. 119 As Stroessner's health declined during the late 1980s, this situation set off a succession dispute within the regime. The militants, led by Stroessner's son, wished to repress the growing discontent. The edicos argued that the system could be saved only if the government cleaned up corruption and instituted electoral processes to alleviate criticism at home and abroad. This conflict climaxed in February 1989. A botched attempt to marginalize the edicos set off a coup, which ended in Stroessner being dispatched to a Brazilian exile. Over the next few years, the golpistas held elections, publicized certain crimes of the Stroessner dictatorship, and heralded the triumph of democracy. The new Paraguay system, however, was only marginally more liberal than before. The Colorado Party and the military still dominated national politics, and the essential socio-economic dynamics of the old order remained intact. Popular groups had played no role in deposing Stroessner, and their participation would remain limited in the years that followed. 120 The Paraguayan episode thus indicated a final theme relevant to democratization in Latin America, that its effects were less than revolutionary. While Latin America had made great strides with respect to elections and other procedural norms, the region's democracies remained tightly circumscribed. The emphasis on controlled, consensual transition succeeded in limiting the disorder caused by handovers of authority, but also in limiting the degree to which these changes altered existing political and socio-economic relations. The need to ease the armed forces out of the statehouse meant that these institutions usually retained substantial power. In Chile, for instance, Pinochet commanded immense authority as commander-in-chief of the military and senator for life. The socio-economic bases of democracy were also weak, as land-holding and financial power remained more skewed than in any other region of the world. Checks on executive power were feeble, and whether the end of history. 251. Latin American presidents could actually be made responsible to democratic laws and institutions was still an open question. Latin America was much more democratic in the 1990s than it had been for decades, but the transition was far from complete. This is not to deny that democratization was a force for good in Latin America. Human rights violations fell dramatically as elected governments replaced repressive military regimes, and by the early 1990s Latin Americans were safer from the threat of state-sponsored terror than they had been for decades. The return of democracy also offered avenues for social activism and opposition protest, provided mechanisms for the peaceful resolution of disputes, and, in conjunction with the taming of both the violent left and the violent right, made Latin American politics a less deadly game. Yet electoral democracy was no silver bullet. Authoritarianism lingered in many countries. Alberto Fujimori dissolved the Peruvian Congress and ruled by decree in 1992, joining several of his counterparts in pushing the envelope with respect to executive power. For all the gains in human rights, politically motivated violence continued in various countries. Even where this was not the case, the perpetrators of past abuses were generally above any real reckoning. In Argentina, an attempted coup in 1987 forced Alfonsín to halt the trial of former military officers. In Chile, Pinochet used his power to thwart investigations into the crimes of his regime. "The day they touch one of my men, the rule of law ends," he said. 121 The benefits of democracy were especially scanty for the poor. The transition to democratic rule provided little relief for those devastated by the debt crisis and subsequent economic reforms, leading many of Latin America's poorest to doubt that they had it any better under the civilians than under the generals. Polls taken during the 1990s and early 2000s revealed declining confidence in democracy, as citizens questioned whether the new system could meet their basic needs. Over time, these sentiments facilitated the ascent of leaders like Chávez and Morales, populists who promised to combat the effects of savage capitalism by lavishing subsidies and other benefits on the impoverished. 122 The democracy that took hold in Latin America during the 1980s was a decided improvement over what came before, but the changes were less substantial than they sometimes appeared. As had been the case for centuries, inequality, injustice, and popular marginalization and the consequent 252. The end of history? Potential for conflow ICT remained prominent features of the regional landscape. There were plenty of striking judgments passed on the Cold War's end, none more so than that issued by State Department Policy Planning official Francis Fukuyama. The demise of communism, he argued, represented the unabashed victory of economic and political liberalism. Alternative forms of government and socio-economic organization had been utterly discredited by the events of the past decades, and the world could now look forward to the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. If history represented the continuing clash between rival ideologies, the events of 1989 represented not simply the end of the Cold War, but the end of history as well. 123 Fukuyama was interested more in the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe than in recent trends in Latin America, but in many ways his thesis seemed well tailored to the course of events in the Western Hemisphere. By all reasonable measures, the decades-long competition over political and economic arrangements in the region looked to have ended in a decisive victory for the United States and its allies. The radical left was a shell of its former self. Moscow and Havana had retreated, and Washington remained economically, strategically, and ideologically preponderant. Free markets, electoral competition, and democratic procedures were now the norm. Latin America had become a prime testing place for core U.S. values, one observer wrote, the showcase Washington had long desired. The lessons of the last 2 years are clear, echoed Brady in 1991. Freedom works. Free markets work. These simple principles have moved nations, they have altered the course of history. 124 But whether the new system worked for many of its residents was open to debate. Brady was certainly right insofar as democracy represented a major advance from the radical authoritarianism of the 1960s and 1970s, not even the most hardened cynic could deny that. In the same vein, neoliberalism did provide, in most countries at least, a respite from chronic inflation and perpetual macroeconomic instability. In this sense, the political and economic order that took hold in Latin America at the close of the Cold War was probably better than most realistic alternatives. In other ways, though, the situation was more muddled. Latin American democracies were limited by residual authoritarianism and ubiquitous socio the end of history. 253. Economic inequality. Neoliberalism widened the already yawning gap between rich and poor, exerted pressure on the vulnerable, and led to considerable resentment on the part of many impoverished Latin Americans. The fact that the system did not work was evident in any number of trends: the rise of coca cultivation and narcotics production, the influx of illegal immigrants to the United States, the Zapatista revolt, and the rise of Chavez and his ilk. In other words, while the advances made during the 1980s should not be ignored, victory was probably not what came to mind for many Latin Americans as the Cold War wound down. Even for the United States, the outcome of that conflict was not entirely positive. Illegal immigration and the drug trade, which drew in large measure on the reforms of the 1980s, soon replaced the Red Menace as chief bogeys in U.S. Latin American affairs. The freeing of regional financial flows benefited U.S. investors, but also threatened to make economic crises contagious, as became clear from the Mexican meltdown in 1994-1995. Nor could the United States necessarily take much satisfaction from the spread of democracy in Latin America as the 1990s rolled on. The military's return to the barracks seemed to affirm the political example set by the United States, but eventually opened the door to the ascension of radical populists who contested U.S. hegemony and the neoliberal order. The United States came out of Latin America's Cold War in better shape than the other competitors. Yet its victory was hardly an unambiguous one, and the events of the Cold War in general and the 1980s in particular merely set the stage for future conflict in the region. In Latin America and U.S. Latin American relations alike, history rolled on. Conclusion. The events of the late 1980s and early 1990s did not constitute the end of history for Latin America, but they do mark the end of this history of Latin America's Cold War. What, in looking back, can we say about this episode? What was it all about? Why were its effects so traumatic? Who won it, and what, if anything, did it settle? The defining themes of Latin America's Cold War were the persistence, pervasiveness, and intensity of the upheaval that characterized the period. Conflict unfolded on multiple levels, from the highest realms of superpower diplomacy to the low politics of everyday life, and played out with an often astounding ferocity. Stability was fleeting or even illusory, and crises followed hard upon one another. Regional affairs traced an arc of strife running from the gathering turmoil of the 1940s and 1950s to the Cuban Revolution, the rural insurgencies, and the foreign interventions that followed, to the urban guerrilla movements, the shocking military violence, and the diplomatic disruptions of the 1970s, to the torrential bloodshed and economic trauma of the 1980s. Redemocratization and the ebbing of superpower competition finally allowed the region to catch its breath, but even here domestic and diplomatic tensions soon resumed anew. In Latin America, as in much of the Third World, the Cold War was a time of little respite. Why was Latin America's Cold War such an intense experience? The answer lies in the complexity of that episode. In Latin America the Cold War was not a single conflict but a series of overlapping conflicts, and it was the interaction between them that made the period so tumultuous. Conclusion. 255. The post-World War II period in Latin America was defined by four interrelated themes. The first was the perpetual clash over domestic arrangements and internal power structures. This dispute had long produced cycles of repression, resistance, and instability, and it again played out during the Cold War. The second was the continuing tension regarding the boundaries of U.S. power in Latin America, an affair manifest in the dynamic nature of inter-American relations during the second half of the 20th century. The third conflict revolved around the emergence of the Third World, an event that generated recurring ideological ferment and social tension. The fourth and final issue was the superpowers' zero-sum struggle for ideological and strategic hegemony in the global south. These diverse layers of conflow-ICT span the local, the regional, and the global scenes. They converged in Latin America in the decade and a half following World War II. They were FIRMLY fused together by the Cuban Revolution and its aftermath, and they henceforth became inseparable. East-West tensions and the effects of THIRD-WORLDISM heightened internal turmoil and provoked occasionally dramatic shifts in the hemispheric diplomatic climate. Instability on these fronts elicited foreign intervention as Moscow, Washington, Havana, and their allies sought to protect or expand their INF alliance amid this flux. These endeavors, in turn, had a range of effects on the regional scene, but one notable outcome was to exacerbate the convulsiveness both diplomatic and internal that had elicited foreign meddling in the first place. The struggles comprising Latin America's Cold War were not only linked, they were mutually reinforcing. This relationship was evident in any number of instances, from the fallout caused by the Bay of Pigs in 1961, to the confluence of THIRD-WORLDISM, anti-Americanism, and rising domestic tensions in the diplomatic challenge of the 1970s, to the reciprocal effects of internal tumult and external intervention in the Central American civil wars. One conflow-ICT fueled another, and this dynamic gave the clashes of the period their sharpness and intractability. It was thus the multilayered nature of Latin America's Cold War that ensured its volatility. Complexity bred intensity. This notion of complexity provides an appropriate jumping-off point for analyzing the more specific issues ranging from inter-American diplomacy to foreign intervention to internal polarization and violence whose interaction drove Cold War conflow-ICT in the region. 256 Conclusion. This is certainly the case with respect to Latin American foreign policy and U.S. Latin American affairs. The Cold War added new dimensions to this relationship, as the prospect of foreign intervention, the ideological pull of THIRD-WORLDISM, and the need to divert rising internal tensions complemented the ambivalence toward American power that had traditionally characterized hemispheric affairs. The way that these INF alliances worked themselves out in Latin American diplomacy varied across time and space. The outbursts of anti-Americanism that followed Guatemala in 1954 and the Bay of Pigs in 1961, the way that most countries aligned with the United States and against Cuba in the early 1960s, the subsequent rise and fall of the regional diplomatic challenge, and the various interventions and diplomatic initiatives that accompanied the Central American crisis, these events demonstrated the manifold ways in which Latin American leaders sought to reconcile these competing demands. 15 years ago, Peter Smith criticized the paucity of quality literature on Latin American foreign policy. 1 Notwithstanding the subsequent publication of several excellent studies, Smith's judgment is still accurate today, as interpretations of this subject remain rather one-sided. Bemis's protective imperialism argument has been thoroughly discredited, only to be replaced by equally simplistic suggestions, that anti-communist leaders in Latin America were puppets of the United States, or that coercion and domination have been constant themes of hemispheric relations. The principal tendency of the literature, notes Max Paul Friedman, is one that ascribes all agency to U.S. policymakers, even as it criticizes their actions. 3 There were, no doubt, fundamental imbalances of power in the U.S. Latin American relationship. The invasions of Panama and the Dominican Republic, as well as the U.S. part in destabilizing Allende's Chile and Ortega's Nicaragua, testify to this asymmetry. Reagan's use of U.S. economic leverage during the debt crisis, his brushing aside of the Central American peace process in the early 1980s, and Washington's success in weathering the worst of the diplomatic challenge of the 1970s indicated the same disequilibrium. This latter case in particular revealed that Latin American statesmen seeking to throw off U.S. preeminence faced a constellation of formidable impediments, a disadvantageous economic position, the resolute opposition of American officials, and the indifference of those that might have stepped in to offset Washington's sway. Inter-American relations were never conducted on an even footing, and the Cold War furnished ample evidence of this fact. Conclusion. 257. Yet U.S. Latin American ties during this period were hardly monodimensional. To begin with, certain of the episodes listed above demonstrated a more complicated reality of hemispheric affairs. During the debt crisis, the bargaining position of many Latin American countries was so weak not just because these countries were less powerful than the United States, but also because the regional and Third World solidarity that they sought to invoke simply did not exist. Similarly, in the mid-1970s it was internal obstacles, the ideological splits, that led numerous South American countries to ally with the United States rather than their tercermundista brethren, and the intra-regional schisms wrought by rising nationalism that did much to undermine the Latin American diplomatic movement. These episodes therefore showed not simply the durability of U.S. power, but also the impact of political divisions that conspired against Latin American unity. Viewed more broadly, Latin American diplomacy during the Cold War cannot be reconciled with analyses that disregard or downplay the agency of actors within the region. Latin America's anti-communist leaders, for instance, were rarely enthralled to or controlled by the United States. They needed no encouragement to be anti-communist or to embrace the tenets of national security doctrine, and their ideological sympathies for Washington did not always translate into strong US-INF alliance with these regimes. US officials frequently expressed irritation at their inability to bend military presidents to Washington's will. Witness Carter's frustration in dealing with Somoza, Pinochet, and Videla, or Kennedy's abortive showdown with the Peruvian coup plotters in 1962. At countless other points it was the United States that struggled to keep pace with Latin American anti-communism. Luis Somoza and Itigeres were far more enthusiastic about the Bay of Pigs than were many officials in Washington, and the subsequent formation of the anti-Cuba coalition during the early 1960s was less a result of U.S. pressure than of the fact that any number of Latin American governments were genuinely frightened by Castro's interventionism. This same pattern was at the heart of the Contra program. As Ariel Armani points out, Argentina beat the United States into Central America in the late 1970s, and it was Washington that adopted Buenos Aires' project for supporting the Nicaraguan resistance. The relationship between the United States and Latin American anti-communists was often close, but rarely was it one-sided. Exploitation also worked both ways, and Latin America's shrewder statesmen were as likely to manipulate as to be manipulated by the United States. 258 Conclusion. For these leaders, it was relentless opportunism more than anything else that guided Latin American diplomacy during the Cold War. In the 1960s, Betancourt skillfully used the specter of anti-Americanism to cajole Kennedy into stepping up U.S. financial assistance. For their part, leaders in Central and South America gratefully pocketed Alliance for Progress funds and then declined to undertake the reforms they had promised in return. A decade later, Torrijos expertly cultivated regional and international opinion to get the best of various U.S. administrations in the Canal Treaty negotiations, and leaders in Venezuela and Mexico exploited the contradictions of Carter's Nicaragua policy to seek their own sphere of INF alliance in Central America. During the late 1980s, finally, the participants in the Esquipulas process utilized the approaching exhaustion of Washington as well as Havana and Moscow to lay the basis for a negotiated settlement to the Central American wars. U.S. Latin American affairs did not represent a relationship among equals, but the lines of INF alliance and causality in that relationship still ran in both directions. 5 Recent scholarship on the Cold War has emphasized the ways in which lesser powers INF alliance superpowers and found room to maneuver within a bipolar system. 6 Latin America was no exception to this dynamic. The internal and international strife of the Cold War era presented dangers and dilemmas for Latin American statesmen but opportunities, too. As a result, while the relationship between the United States and Latin American leaders was not usually one of tails wagging dogs, neither was it one of puppet masters pulling strings. 7 Scholars would also do well to re-examine a closely related subject, that of foreign intervention and its consequences in Cold War Latin America. Beginning with U.S. complicity in Arbenz overthrow, and proceeding more rhythmically from the Cuban Revolution onward, external interference in the region was perennial. Driven by both geopolitical and ideological imperatives, Washington, Havana, Moscow, and their respective allies maneuvered to advance their own agendas and thwart their rivals' aims. The particular policies they pursued to this end changed considerably over time. In Washington, modernization theory gave way to the darker anti-communism of Nixon and Ford, which itself faded amid Carter's efforts to distance Washington from military adventures in the region. The diplomacy accompanying Castro's guerrilla aid programs evolved greatly from the 1960s to the 1980s, and the Krem conclusion. 259. Lin got out of the guerrilla business altogether for roughly 15 years between the mid-1960s and the late 1970s. On the whole, though, this was a period of near constant foreign competition in Latin America. With few exceptions, studies of this issue focus on the U.S. part in maintaining an inegalitarian, repressive order in the region. Starting in the late 1940s and 1950s, and especially after the Cuban Revolution, many scholars argue, Latin American elites used anti-communism as the basis for a partnership with US officials desperate to prevent any more red from seeping into the hemisphere. Washington subsequently worked to preserve conservative rule and stifle social change, sometimes directly, more often by providing the expertise and the repressive apparatus, the technologies of terror that allowed Latin American governments to do the dirty work themselves. 8 This thesis is eminently reasonable. The connections between Washington and Cold War repression practically draw themselves. The United States helped construct the counterinsurgency state in Guatemala, maneuvered against leftist leaders like Jagun, Ortega, and Allende, fueled violence in El Salvador by providing aid to the FARC, and frequently pushed its conservative allies forward with Manichean urgency. Even where Washington was only peripherally involved in such practices, U.S. diplomats did little to discourage them. Yet the stronger version of this argument that U.S. policy caused such terror is harder to sustain. 9 If counterinsurgency programs and military missions ineluctably led to state terror, then how did Venezuela emerge from the 1960s with one of Latin America's least repressive democracies? The answer is that the political and social context in which U.S. aid was received made all the difference. Venezuela had a strong president committed to democratic reform. El Salvador and Guatemala were run by predatory leaders and acquisitive elites. U.S. military aid certainly enabled state terror in various countries, but to hone in too narrowly on this variable as the source of such terror is to risk ignoring the importance of local circumstances. The Venezuelan case also reminds us that anti-communism led US officials to pursue a broad range of policies in Latin America, not all of them repressive. The United States helped shore up reactionaries in certain countries, but backed reform and democratization in others. Viewing Betancourt as the best bulwark against the left, Kennedy planted himself firmly on the side of an imperfect constitutional democracy in Venezuela. A decade and a half later, 260 conclusion, Carter staked his Latin American policy on his ability to persuade the dictators to stop murdering people. During the 1980s, Reagan's fear that authoritarianism would encourage extremist elements and derail economic reform led him to support democratization in numerous countries. Anti-communism was a constant in U.S. policy, but support for dictators and repression was not. 10 Even granting that U.S. policy often contributed to polarization and violence in Latin America, to view this contribution in isolation is to obscure the broader reality of foreign intervention in the region. The Cuban Revolution presaged not simply a jump in U.S. interference in Latin America, but also persistent involvement by Moscow, Havana, and their partners. The fact that these East Bloc measures were sometimes overstated at the time has led historians to understate this phenomenon. 11 In retrospect, it is apparent that while both Soviet and Cuban policies evolved considerably from 1959 onward, East Bloc and especially Cuban intervention was the rule rather than the exception. The rural insurgents of the 1960s, the urban guerrillas of the 1970s, and the FSLN and FMLN thereafter all drew on significant international support. The United States lent its backing to the counterinsurgents. Its rivals threw their weight behind the insurgents. These competing interventions had widely varying outcomes, and from the perspective of Havana and the superpowers, the results were often less than satisfying. For every time that foreign meddling went off as planned, there was an instance in which such interference had unanticipated consequences, played only a marginal role in bringing about the eventual product, or simply failed. During the 1960s, neither Washington nor Moscow nor Havana succeeded in molding Latin American societies as they had hoped, and their efforts to do so frequently generated an unwelcome backlash. The U.S. invasion of the Dominican Republic in 1965 elicited such ideological and diplomatic fallout as to wreck the inter-American system that American officials had long labored to perfect, while Cuban intrigues ended any chance of Castro building a regional diplomatic bloc against the United States. 2 decades later, Central America became a quagmire for all involved, eventually leading Moscow, Washington, and Havana alike to look for a graceful exit from the isthmus. As viewed by its practitioners, then, the story of foreign intervention was often one of ill-designed initiatives running up against the stubborn reconclusion. 261. Ulties of regional politics. All too frequently, these intrusions produced not the successes envisioned by their designers but the frustrations and blowback that accompanied exaggerated ambitions. Yet what looked like a failure from Washington or Havana could still exert an immense impact on the local scene. Here too, there were substantial parallels between Cuban, U.S., and Soviet policies. U.S. diplomacy stoked tensions in numerous countries by strengthening the radical right, and it also pushed the left toward greater extremism. U.S. interventions were critical in radicalizing leftists like Guevara during the 1950s, inspiring the student movement and the urban guerrillas thereafter, and in feeding other disruptions. U.S. policies helped sustain the conservative order in a number of Latin American countries, but they inspired challenges to that order as well. Cuban and Soviet policies could be even more incendiary. After all, it was precisely turmoil and violence that Castro and his counterparts in Moscow sought to sow. To be sure, Latin American guerrilla movements were not controlled by Moscow, Havana, or Managua, and foreign support for groups such as Shining Path and the URNG was minimal to non-existent. In general, though, international solidarity greatly aided the campaigns waged by the violent left. The example of the Cuban Revolution was central to the emergence of the Foquista movements of the 1960s, and from this point forward, any number of guerrilla organizations benefited from supplies, money, training, and occasional combat support acquired abroad. This backing was rarely successful in bringing about guerrilla victories, it surely abetted the violence the insurgents practiced. Cuban and Soviet policies helped energize the violent left, they also radicalized the right. It is fashionable to attribute the emergence of counterinsurgency, virulent anti-communism, and national security doctrine to U.S. diplomacy, but if scholars seek to identify a foreign impetus for military extremism, they would do better to interrogate the ramifications of East Bloc initiatives. As discussed in chapters 2 and 3, the accurate perception that Moscow and Havana sought to stoke insurgency and upheaval in Latin America was crucial in stimulating the anxieties that brought national security doctrine to the forefront of military politics. At other points, Soviet and Cuban policies influenced not simply the right, but also a wider range of political actors. In 1980s Nicaragua, Soviet and Cuban aid to the FSLN alienated moderates, former members of the anti-Somoza coalition, and even erstwhile Sandinistas like Pastora, and thereby stoked the Contra War. As with U.S. intervention, 262 conclusion Soviet and Cuban intrusions had a radicalizing effect across the political spectrum. To a greater degree than is often recognized, then, there was substantial symmetry to the struggle for the soul of Latin America. Tempted by the twin prospects of geopolitical gains and ideological victories, Moscow, Havana, and Washington all found it difficult if not impossible to resist the temptation to dive into the region. In Latin America's Cold War, foreign intervention and the polarization to which it contributed was hardly a one-way street. This polarization was the central theme of Latin American domestic politics during the Cold War. Internal radicalization, already underway at the time of the Cuban Revolution, metastasized in the period that followed. The prospect of revolution, the influence of currents like tercermundismo, national security doctrine, and dependencia theory, and the effects of East-West discord and foreign intervention aimed pre-existing social and political tensions and pushed domestic interactions toward the extreme. This tendency had two principal outcomes for Latin America, both of them devastating. The first was the militarization of internal conflow ICT, as seen most notably in Argentina in the late 1970s and Central America in the 1980s. The second was the asphyxiation of democracy, demonstrated vividly in the golpismo of the 1960s and 1970s. A few fortunate countries escaped the worst of these trends, and the redemocratization of the 1980s somewhat eased their effects, but for the most part, the Cold War was a period in which moderation gave way to extremism and violence. There is much to support the common argument, advanced most forcefully by Greg Grandin, that these ills were primarily the outcomes of a savage crusade perpetrated by the right in collusion with the United States. 12 Driven by anti-communism and simple self-interest, and in numerous cases acting with Washington's support or acquiescence, Latin American elites and their rightist allies were never shy about using violence or extra-legal methods to maintain control of the political system. Most of Latin America's coups were the work of conservative military officers, and in the region's bloodiest internal struggles, Guatemala, El Salvador, Argentina, the right bore preponderant responsibility for the carnage. 13 Right-wing violence, conducted by the security services, death squads, or both, took a vast human toll and had a chilling effect on participatory politics. If body counts are an indication of conclusion. 263. Effectiveness in the stifling of Latin American democracy, then in many cases the right was without peer. But Cold War polarization and trauma cannot be explained solely as a function of right repression and U.S. complicity. Here, as with respect to foreign intervention, some appreciation of symmetry is necessary. The post-war period, and especially the years following the Cuban Revolution, witnessed not just a spike in right-wing radicalism, but also a flourishing of extremism across the political spectrum. The internal and international trends of the era dramatically intensify and ongoing conflowists, inciting the passions of those who sought to spur radical change no less than those who sought to strangle it. Right-wing extremism centered on national security doctrine and government-sponsored terror. Left-wing extremism took the form of fascismo, insurgency, and revolutionary terror. The fact that successful revolutions were quite rare in Latin America after 1959 should not obscure the fact that violent revolutionary movements often boasting considerable foreign support were ubiquitous during these years. The Foquistas had hardly been defeated before the urban guerrillas took up the standard of the revolutionary left, and this latter movement was succeeded in short order by the even more powerful insurgencies that roiled Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala. In retrospect, the fears of revolution expressed by Latin American officials may appear exaggerated, but at the time, radical change seemed far from a remote prospect. It was the perverse symbiosis of these dueling left and right radicalisms that made the Cold War so devastating. As noted throughout this book, these polar opposites were in fact quite interdependent, fueling one another in a dialectical process that augmented the intensity and destructiveness of both. Guerrilla violence terrified conservatives, leading to golpismo, authoritarianism, and repression. And while in a few cases these measures did restore a semblance of internal stability, just as often they ended up feeding the discontent that informed subsequent generations of insurgents. Cold War radicalisms were mutually reinforcing, and from the southern cone to Central America, this escalatory spiral drove the polarization and bloody conflow that dominated Latin American politics. Together, these rising extremisms constituted a pincer movement that Latin America's fragile democracies were ill-prepared to withstand. Right radicalism had a devastating impact on hopes for meaningful political change, left radicalism could be similarly toxic. Many insurgent groups had the express intent of 264 conclusion derailing democracy, a goal that organizations in Venezuela, El Salvador, Peru, and elsewhere pursued by threatening to murder anyone who went to the polls. Groups like the FMLN and URNG, which distanced themselves from some of the more destructive practices of Fouquismo, nonetheless killed moderate oficiales and uncooperative civic leaders and behaved coercively toward the peasants they claimed to represent. Rural and urban guerrillas alike caused economic chaos via sabotage, a strategy that hurt the poor no less than the rich. The guerrillas were even known to obstruct efforts at agrarian and other reforms, as when Salvadoran insurgents deliberately impeded the program announced by the junta that took power in 1979. Finally, in countries like Argentina and Uruguay, the violence and turmoil wrought by the guerrillas imposed such strain on the socio-political system as to convince many previously devout Democrats that only decisive military intervention could salvage the situation. Latin America's democracies were not just attacked from the right, they faced an assault from both sides. Too often, the center could not hold. During the Cold War, conservatives blamed the left for making democracy impossible. Since then, scholars have largely faulted the right for the violence and political illiberalism of the time. In reality, responsibility for internal polarization in Latin America was not the peculiar province of either end of the political spectrum. At each stage during the Cold War, Latin America's dueling radicalisms exacerbated one another, empowering the extremists and doing gross harm to the prospects for evolutionary change. In 1967, Eduardo Frei had warned that the far left and the far right were forging an unholy alliance against progressive democracy. Later events made him a prophet. 14 If the center came under immense strain as a result of Cold War extremism, the left did not prosper either. The generally disappointing performance of the radical left was one of the most striking aspects of Latin America's Cold War. In the early 1960s, a variety of informed observers had predicted that left-wing takeovers were imminent in countries across the region. The fact that this did not happen, that there was only a single successful insurgency between 1959 and 1991, and that the two leftist governments that did come to power, Allende's administration in Chile and the FSLN in Nicaragua, ultimately failed to stay there, would have come as quite a surprise. In Latin America, the period following Castro's triumph was one of great revolutionary agitation and even greater revolutionary disappointment. Conclusion 265. What caused these travails? One venerable answer is that this outcome resulted from the violence, repression, and above all foreign intervention that battered the guerrillas and the left in general. As Timothy Wickham Crowley observes, perhaps no theory is more widely held by the left in Latin America and in the United States itself than that U.S. military aid to Latin American regimes has been the main cause of revolutionary failures in Latin America since 1960. James Petras echoes this argument, writing that U.S. military assistance programs are responsible for the repression of popular movements in the region. 15 There is plenty of truth in these assessments. The example of the Cuban Revolution and the threat of future upheaval terrified Latin American security services and oficiales in Washington, and these groups worked diligently to kill radical change. The deaths of 200,000 Guatemalans, the lesser but still shocking slaughter in El Salvador and Argentina, the not-so-covered wars waged against Allende's Chile and Sandinista Nicaragua, and numerous other instances testify to the immense obstacles faced by the left and the lengths to which their opponents would go to block them. In the frustration of the Central American insurgencies, the destabilization of the Chilean and Nicaraguan governments, and the generally poor performance of the Latin American left, these factors must not be obscured or underestimated. 16 Coercion was therefore integral to revolutionary failure. It was not, however, the only element at work in destroying the dreams of the left. The fact remains that the guerrillas never proved particularly effective in attaining or holding the popularity necessary to bring them to power. The Fouquistas were marginalized from the start, and while the urban guerrillas and the Central American insurgents cultivated much greater public followings, they eventually grew isolated from the moderates and many erstwhile backers as well. In the 1970s, one informed observer wrote that neither the peasants nor the urban masses are particularly revolutionary, in spite of the unspeakable conditions in which both groups live, and this problem continued to plague the guerrillas throughout the Cold War. The insurgents invoked the solidarity of a pueblo unido, but in reality, that revolutionary unity was often lacking or difficult to maintain. 17 While this declining support reflected the widespread use of terror against suspected guerrilla sympathizers, it also bore the mark of two additional causes. The first of these was, quite paradoxically, reform. The Cold War was anything but an era of progressivism in Latin America. As discussed above, the 266 conclusion competing left and right extremisms of the period dramatically narrowed the possibilities for meaningful democracy and peaceful social change. In various instances, though, regimes menaced by insurgency or the threat thereof embraced just enough reform to avert disaster. Incomplete agrarian reforms, civic action programs, and closely scrutinized democratic openings did not come close to ameliorating the appalling economic and social conditions that prevailed in the region, but they did release sufficient pressure to deprive the insurgents of widespread support. This effect was evident in Venezuela, Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru during the 1960s, and in Guatemala and El Salvador 2 decades later. Guerrilla violence, though generally quite deleterious in its political effects, thus unintentionally fostered a degree of reform that ultimately helped do the insurgents in. That these incomplete and often cynical reforms were so politically effective points to the second factor, that the guerrillas consistently failed to present an attractive alternative. In the decade following the Cuban Revolution, the high-handedness, cultural and social insensitivity, and thuggishness of the Foquistas ensured that even the exploited and oppressed took a dim view of the insurgents. The post-Foquista guerrillas changed tactics accordingly, but they never cast off the self-defeating aspects of Guevarism. The use of revolutionary terror and exemplary violence, the reliance on sabotage attacks, the tendency to abuse or intentionally expose the local population, in South America during the 1970s and again in Central America 10 years later, these practices revealed the darker side of guerrilla ideology and eventually deprived the insurgents of organic support. Latin America's revolutionaries suffered grievous injuries from state terror and repression, but their wounds were also self-inflicted. 18 The exception to this pattern of revolutionary failure proved the rule. In Nicaragua, the Sandinistas succeeded largely because they avoided either by luck or design the various issues discussed above. Somoza's dynastic predilections and allergy to reform convinced most Nicaraguans that a continuation of his rule would be even worse than a guerrilla victory, a perception reinforced by the public moderation of Sandinista rhetoric and political tactics during the late 1970s. Combined with the effective withdrawal of U.S. support from Somoza, these factors cancelled out the multiple disadvantages that generally impeded leftist takeovers in the region, and made Nicaragua the sole example of revolutionary triumph in Castro-era Latin America. Conclusion. 267. Yet the Sandinistas would be turned out of power in 1990, like Allende nearly 2 decades earlier. For scholars like William Robinson, U.S. intervention was far and away the dominant factor in this reversal. External pressures, he writes, made the maintenance of socialism in Nicaragua impossible, independent of behavioral factors such as Sandinista state conduct. 19 As with the disappointments of the guerrillas, though, the picture is more complicated than this. In both Chile and Nicaragua, U.S. intervention was only one of several ingredients in undermining these regimes. Allende's gross economic mismanagement and multiple political errors, along with the unbridled radicalism of the ultra-left, badly eroded the footing of the UP government, and may well have been more consequential than Nixon's interpositions in leading to its fall. With respect to Nicaragua, Reagan's unrelenting antagonism to the Sandinistas undoubtedly constituted a major, perhaps the major impediment to the consolidation of FSLN rule. Here too, though, domestic issues such as economic bungling, state repression, and the perceived unresponsiveness of government officials were integral to driving the public away. There were no contras in the ballot boxes. Victor Tirado later acknowledged. 20 Leftist governments in Nicaragua and Chile were beaten down from the outside, but they helped beat themselves as well. Coercion, intervention, and violence were elemental to revolutionary disappointment in post-war Latin America. To ignore this reality would be to sanitize the history of the period. But these failures had a more complex genesis than is sometimes assumed. To smooth over this fact would be equally inappropriate. The left thus did poorly during the Cold War. The far right, though apparently ascendant in the 1960s and 1970s, also saw its luck run out in the 1980s. Amid a confluence of causes ranging from economic trouble to foreign pressure to the reactivation of powerful social movements, the authoritarians lost their grip. The limits of democratization were as notable as its extent, but this change nonetheless represented a departure from the radical authoritarianism that had dotted the regional landscape only recently. Democratization was not the only momentous domestic development of the 1980s. Major economic changes were also in the OFFING, as a long-standing critique of ISI merged with the shock of the debt crisis and U.S. pressure to promote a dramatic turn toward liberal reform. By the 1990s, Latin America had thrust itself firmly into the neoliberal age. 268 Conclusion. Combined with the failures of the violent left and Soviet and Cuban retrenchment from the region, these events appeared to signal a clear victory for Washington and its allies in Latin America's Cold War. Capitalism and electoral democracy reigned up and down the Western Hemisphere, and strategic threats to U.S. hegemony were nowhere to be found. U.S. officials basked in these triumphs, grandly asserting that Latin America had joined a worldwide movement toward political and economic freedom. Observers on the left agreed grudgingly, in some cases, that the Cold War had come out splendidly for Washington, democracy, and neoliberalism. Castro forecasted a unipolar world under American hegemony, and in Venezuela former insurgent leader Teodoro Petkov reconciled himself to the new order by becoming a proponent of privatization. 21 The sense of finality and triumph that accompanied the close of Latin America's Cold War was not entirely misplaced. Neoliberalism, democratization, and the winding down of superpower conflow ICT constituted dramatic departures for Latin America, changes that were largely to the good. The weakening of both violent left and violent right permitted a general decompression of regional affairs, and in some countries eventually conduced to the establishment of healthy political systems. Yet pronouncements heralding the dawn of an entirely new era in the region were premature. By the close of the 1990s, and especially as the 2000s unfolded, Washington's victory no longer looked so decisive. Drugs and immigration, both in some sense related to the debt crisis and economic reforms of the 1980s, replaced communism as sources of tension in inter-American relations. The rise of radical populists like Chavez and Morales eventually led American observers to wonder whether Washington was again on the brink of losing the region. As Chavez increased his military cooperation with the resurgent Rus SIA in 2006-2007, conservative commentators in the United States grumbled that it had become open season on the Monroe Doctrine. Even for Washington, the aftermath of Latin America's Cold War was a thoroughly muddled affair. 22 Nor was it really correct to argue that democracy had emerged from this conflow ICT triumphant. After all, if Latin America was largely democratic by the late 1980s, the breadth of that democracy was only slightly greater than during the late 1950s, and its quality was probably less than it had been in the wake of World War II. Between the Cuban Revolution and the late 1970s, in fact, Latin American democracy had suffered a massacre, and if the 1980s conclusion 269 were a period of redemocratization, it was only because the previous 2 decades had been years of de-democratization. The ambiguous nature of Latin American democracy and inter-American relations hinted at a broader reality, which was that the end of the Cold War marked less of a break from the past than most observers had initially assumed. The strands of continuity were strongest in the region's internal relations, where it was often questionable what, exactly, had changed. Not vast economic disparities, income distribution in Latin America was still more skewed than in any other region. Not mass deprivation and poverty, in many countries, the predicament of the poorest worsened considerably as a result of the debt crisis and subsequent reforms. Not the persistence of authoritarian tendencies, democratic and undemocratic practices coexisted uneasily in many political systems. Not social and ideological strife, Latin America's politics, though less violent than before, were soon roiled anew as populist politicians worked toward 21st century socialism. Nor, finally, had Latin America left the devastating legacies of the Cold War behind. Broken states in Central America, persistent human rights violations, and gaping psychological and social wounds served as reminders of the lasting impact of that period. Latin America's Cold War featured several overlapping layers of conflict, and the course of regional affairs following the close of that period showed that many of these laminas were yet to be peeled away. One historian has written that the Cold War settled fundamental issues once and for all. 23 Such finality was nowhere to be found in Latin America. Just as polarization was often the essential feature of the Cold War in Latin America, so, too, with the dominant historical renderings of the period. As told by many USOFFI and conservative commentators, the history of this episode is a clear-cut story of good and evil. Internal instability resulted mainly from the havoc wrought by Soviet-sponsored professional guerrilla movements. These legions established a communist reign of terror in Nicaragua, and sought to sow violence throughout Latin America as part of a sinister program to destabilize the entire region. 24 Their dastardly plan was thwarted, not by the hand-wringing of human rights activists on the left, but by Reagan's steadfast resistance to communist encroachment and his unwavering advocacy of political and economic freedom. Reagan's policies stemmed the communist tide, constituted a spectacularly successful FIGHT to introduce and 270 conclusion sustain Western political norms in the region, and above all, placed the United States on the right side of history. 25 In this telling, the course of Latin America's Cold War affirms the efficacy and morality of American power. Many leading scholars agree that Latin America's Cold War had a profound moral significance, but take a far darker view of what that meaning was. For historians like Greg Grandin, Steve Stern, Daniela Spencer, and others, the Cold War was a period of immense carnage, one in which conservative elites joined forces with the United States and reactionary elements of their own societies to destroy revolutionary movements and the prospects for democracy. This era thus saw not the triumph of the good over the malign, but of the malign over the good. Master architects of radical evil successfully conducted a savage crusade to eradicate popular movements and impoverish the masses. 26 It was Cold War terror either executed, patronized, or excused by the United States, argues Grandin, that fortified illiberal forces, militarized societies, and cast a pall over Latin American politics. 27 Accordingly, Spencer writes, recent scholarship rightly avoids detached narrative and analysis of the Latin American Cold War, instead showing moral outrage at the destructive consequences of that conflict. 28 The conclusions presented above suggest that both of these interpretations need rethinking. It is hardly necessary to argue that ethical calculations have no place in the writing of history to recognize that the moral certitude prominent in the appraisals of both the triumphalists and their critics has tended to occlude fundamental characteristics of Latin America's Cold War. 29 The former view is almost laughably simplistic. It ignores the reality that U.S. power repeatedly contributed to Cold War repression, glosses over the diverse grievances that informed guerrilla movements, and exaggerates the benefits of democratization and reform in the 1980s while minimizing the impact of the authoritarianism of earlier decades. Above all, it obscures the fact that for those who lived it, Latin America's Cold War could be a brutal, terrifying, and often deadly experience. This simple reality gives the lie to the glib assertions of those who view this conflict as a testament to the virtues of intervention and democracy promotion. 30 Yet the latter view is also problematic. Its emphasis on the malignancy of the right and its foreign allies is not necessarily incorrect, but it is certainly incomplete. Left-right polarization and violence, foreign intervention, U.S. Latin American relations, and the ultimate failure of the revolutionaries were thoroughly complicated and multi-sided phenomena, this considerably less conclusion. 271. Simple reality undermines the claims of those who reduce the history of the era to a narrative of right repression, U.S. complicity, and popular victimization. The traumas that plagued post-war Latin America stemmed not solely from the malevolence of any one set of actors, but from the complex and self-reinforcing nature of Latin America's Cold War. Extremism fostered extremism, intervention induced intervention, and one layer of instability exacerbated another. The cumulative effects of these processes were all too frequently devastating. In sum, recognition of complexity and intricacy is central to understanding the intensity and outcomes of Latin America's Cold War. To lose sight of these characteristics is to risk distorting essential dynamics of the period. The literature on Latin America's Cold War will continue to grow in the coming decades, as new archives open and our perceptions of this period evolve. 31 As this occurs, scholars should not be blind to the moral implications of their subject, nor should they be blinded by them. The morality play field that often characterizes interpretations of Latin America's Cold War obscures as much as it reveals, and does a disservice to the tangled causality of that conflow ICT. To grapple with Latin America's Cold War in its full richness, nuance, and indeed, tragedy, perhaps detached narrative and analysis are in order after all.